For the final time this year, welcome to New York for a rerun of the 2021 US Open men's singles final. Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev, with Medvedev hoping lightning strikes twice.
Novak, when he loses, he's never the same after.
It's a huge first serve, and Djokovic nets with the backhand. And Medvedev collapses.
6-4.
He's a Grand Slam champion, and he has denied Novak Djokovic his shot at history in New York.
Probably sounds cocky or arrogant, but I know that I deserve this, and I always believe in myself, in my own capabilities.
Djokovic on his back on the Philippe Chatrier court as a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion. And there is simply no sign that his extraordinary powers are on the wane.
I don't want to even consider leaving tennis or thinking about an end if I'm still at the top of the game.
Oh, wow. Djokovic, he raises the fist and stares.
He is always better than previous time he plays, so I have to be the best ever version of myself if I want to try to beat him.
This time Medvedev gets over the line and he leans on his racket like it's a walking stick.
Francis Djokovic, he finds another ace down the tee, so maybe that's the nerves out of his system.
Unbelievable from Medvedev from no man's land.
Djokovic roars and Novak Djokovic wants this title.
Spectacular winner from the champion.
If ever you wanted to have a snapshot of the game and the brilliance and the genius of Novak Djokovic is that.
It's a standing ovation inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Backhand winner down the line, Djokovic, who roars as if to say, get out of my face, you're not breaking my serve.
And the smash by Medvedev seals his place in the US Open final once again. Two years ago, Daniil Medvedev beat Novak Djokovic 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. He celebrated with that FIFA dead fish celebration. Novak Djokovic had been sobbing on his chair before the final game with the crowd chanting his name, not something he's used to in New York. The crowd touched my soul and filled my heart with joy, he said. Is it revenge? I think it's more about winning a 24th Grand Slam singles title for Novak Djokovic, which will draw him level with Margaret Court's all-time record and move him out of his tie with Serena Williams for 23 Grand Slam singles titles, which is an Open-era record. The roof is closed on the Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll be underway within the next 5 minutes or so. The players will be doing their pre-match interviews and then walking out onto court. It's been a very, very wet day in New York. And with more rain forecast, they have decided that this final will definitely continue without any interruptions whatsoever. So a nice temperature with the air conditioning kicking in and so much excitement in New York after Coco Gauff's historic victory last night. Will Novak Djokovic make more history, or will it be a second Grand Slam title for Daniil Medvedev? Let me introduce you to the team. You'll hear later from David Law, who'll be commentating alongside me, Russell Fuller. We also have with us Annabelle Croft, who is known for so many other things these days, but I think intermittently it's important to remind you she did play tennis before all the other strings she added to her bow. She was a top 25 player. She reached the third round here in 1986. And Jeff Tarango, who won 2 ATP singles titles and 14 ATP doubles titles. So, it can't happen again, can it, Annabelle? Daniil Medvedev can't beat Novak Djokovic in 2 US Open finals in 3 years.
Well, I think he can. I think he has the character to do it as well and the belief in his ability. But I am picking Novak today. I just feel like, I think he's hungry to get back, after what happened when he lost to Alcaraz at Wimbledon. He's been sort of a form player in slams this year, apart from that finals in Wimbledon, and I think he's ready to go and take that 24th, and I think he's so hungry and motivated for it, but it's not going to be easy. I think this is going to be an absolute warpath out here.
The difference, Jeff, from 2021 is that Novak Djokovic is a lot fresher, isn't he, mentally and physically. He dropped, I think, 6 sets en route to the final 2 years ago, and he had been trying to complete the calendar Grand Slam. No man had done that since Rod Laver in 1969. He'd taken a detour to Tokyo to play at the Olympics between Wimbledon and the US Open. He's looked in great form, very efficient, with the exception of going 2 sets to love down against Laszlo Djere.
Yeah, I mean, the player who knows him the best, right? Laszlo is, one of his best friends and a Serbian, and knows it and is not going to be nervous against him, practice with him all the time. But Novak came back strong in that match. I mean, he gave him a proper thumping in the last 3 sets, and Novak's really on a mission. I mean, I think he knows that the fuse is almost burnt and that he has only a few more strikes at this, and he needs to strike while the iron's hot. You know, if Medvedev gets a few Grand Slams under his belt, he's going to be even less nervous in these kind of situations, and Alcaraz is coming on strong, so the clock is ticking. Novak knows it, and he's trying not to think about it. That's what I like, is he's actually being more professional about the approach to this final than he's ever been to a final, because he's actually going back to the Bjorn Borg adage of 1 point at a time. And he's going to be out there fighting and scraping and getting into it with the crowd. And I really think this is going to be an epic battle of Djokovic versus himself and Djokovic versus Medvedev.
I really like Medvedev's chances, but I'm also wary that it's not very wise to bet against Novak, Annabelle, given that he's won 23 Grand Slam singles titles. But we should say that Medvedev is playing outstandingly well. He says at least as well as 2 years ago. We know that serve is a potent weapon, but still on the return, given how far back he stands behind the baseline, sometimes nearly 10 metres back, he still finds real potency and depth on those returns.
Yeah, it was really interesting hearing him talking about that, because when he played Alcaraz, and remember he hadn't got past 3 games in a set against Alcaraz in their last 2 meetings, and he referenced those 2 meetings saying, well, at Wimbledon and at Indian Wells, you know, everyone was kind of talking to me about my return position, but he's obviously analysed it in great detail, and we know he's a great thinker. He's like a chess player out there, and he does play chess, but he said he wasn't going to change that pattern for here. And of course he loves the conditions here in New York. He's been in the finals twice before. This is his 3rd. Won it, as you mentioned, 2021, and also reached the finals in 2019 to Nadal, losing there. But there's something about these conditions that really suit him, so he stuck to his guns about what he was going to do with that return position, and it's paying off. I mean, he really did take Alcaraz on almost at his own game, even though they're very different tennis players. He was outplaying and outmaneuvering Alcaraz, which I didn't think was possible. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal, and we know from hearing from his Russian compatriots how tough he is mentally, and he's been like that since they were playing whatever it was, mini or red ball tennis when they were very young. He had the same character back then as we see today on the court, and the fact that we've always talked about him being a bit of a villain, he doesn't mind taking this New York crowd on and kind of baiting them a little bit. He loves it. He'll bring that on. I think he's fascinating as a character. Interview time.
Daniil, how much does it help that you've actually been in this exact same situation against the exact same player today?
I don't know if it helps or not, because Novak always, tries to get revenge for sure. So hopefully I can show my absolute best tennis, because that's the only way I can beat Novak.
I'm going to ask this to the both of you. What is it that you respect about your opponent today?
I could go forever, and then he's gonna be late for his interview. But I would basically say the way he came on tour when we had Roger and Rafa already there, and people would kind of think that it would be impossible to kind of rivalize them, and that he managed to do it, and especially in Grand Slam titles beat them. That's something I probably respect the most.
Good luck today, my friend.
Thanks.
And of course, Novak Djokovic. Novak, again, you wake up this morning, you're into your 36th Grand Slam final. I want to ask you on that, how proud are you of the last couple of weeks just to be in this chance again?
I am very proud. Obviously, another step left. Hopefully I can play my best tennis today. It's going to be definitely the most challenging match of the tournament, and of course, logically, it's the final, so you have to expect the biggest challenge. But I'm ready for it. This is kind of an occasion, and these are the moments that I work for every day still at this stage of my career.
I asked Daniil this, and I'm going to ask you, what is it that you respect about him the most?
I think he's mentally one of the toughest players around. He's very, very dedicated, very smart player. He moves extremely well for his height, and he always plays on a certain level. He rarely drops that level. So he's not going to hand you the win. You got to earn it.
Good luck today.
New York, please welcome the 2023 U.S. Open finalists. 2021 U.S. Open champion, Daniil Medvedev.
A third US Open final for Medvedev, a fifth Grand Slam final. Lost to Rafa Nadal in 2019 in the final. Beat Novak Djokovic here 2 years ago.
And 10-time finalist and 3-time U.S. Open champion, Novak Djokovic.
He's had some disappointing defeats here as well as all the success, losing 2 finals to Nadal, 1 to Federer, 1 to Murray, 1 to Wawrinka and 1 to Daniil Medvedev 2 years ago, but he still won 3 of these US Open titles, and this is an astonishing 36th Grand Slam singles final. No man before Djokovic had played more than 31. That was the number that Roger Federer appeared in. It's a familiar scene for Djokovic. But I think you detected a bit of tension there in the interview, Annabelle. You thought he was a bit breathier than normal.
Definitely a little bit breathy, and you can always tell that with players when you hear them speak ahead. I mean, it's not often we get to hear interviews ahead of big matches like this, but you know, he sounded like he was breathing very high up in his chest, and we're used to hearing how he sounds, and I think there were a lot of nerves. And also, I'd just remind you, Russell, that final at the French Open, I mean, he was extremely nervous ahead of that one, wasn't he, against Casper Ruud? And I don't know if you remember, he was shanking smashes all over the place, hitting mishits everywhere. I think, and I do believe this, that as he's got older, as much experience as he has, the closer he gets, a little bit like Serena Williams found it difficult to kind of get over those hurdles when she was trying to close in on Margaret Court. We are seeing more signs of nerves with Novak, kind of in these final situations, particularly at the start of matches. So it'd be fascinating today what we see.
Yes, he was a set-up. He had a set point, didn't he, in the second set tiebreak in the Wimbledon final against Carlos Alcaraz. He looked to be in control of the final at that stage, and he lost in 5 sets. Greg Allensworth, our umpire from the United States, officiating his first US Open men's singles final. He has a degree in history from Ohio University. Photographs.
Okay, that way too, please.
It's Andy Roddick.
It's Andy Roddick underneath the white baseball cap.
Well spotted.
Who's going to be involved and I suspect presenting the trophy. Not that we've been formally told that. They like to keep these things under wraps at the end of the match.
And in a timely manner. Those are on my judgment decisions. Besides that, please take the white for your towels, the red please for your towels. Any questions? Oh. All right. We have tails, heads. Heads, heads, tails. Heads is the call. Go ahead, Andrew.
That was confusing.
Very confusing. Heads is the call, but I'm not quite sure who called it.
No.
Serve. Okay, just the players, please.
Right, Novak Djokovic is going to serve, but I'm not sure if he knows his heads from his tails, Greg
I'm not
Allensworth.
sure either. Seem to be putting the words in Daniil's mouth there.
You're probably unaware of this, Annabelle, but you're also creating a little bit of history today, according to one of our listeners, Sean, who says that he has been taking a great interest in sports broadcasting and tracking BBC Radio tennis coverage since 2000. And he says that you have become the first woman to complete the BBC Radio Commentary Grand Slam. This means you have now commentated on the 4 men's singles finals and the 4 women's singles finals for 5 Live. So congratulations. I wish I had something to mark the occasion.
Say, where's my trophy? How extraordinary. I didn't even know that myself. How amazing.
Pat Cash is the other summariser who has done it.
Wow.
So you've joined Pat Cash.
Well, I'm very honoured, actually, and thank you for him to look that stat up.
Jeff's dominated Wimbledon and the US Open, but he's never in Melbourne or Paris at the right time. So that might be beyond you, Jeff, possibly.
Yeah, but at least I have goals.
At least you have
goals.
Goals.
You said
At least you have goals.
I had to listen in a bit carefully then. I was like, what did he just say?
It's quite often best to ask Jeff to repeat what he said if you're not sure, just in case. Just in case there's something we need to qualify, apologise for. Jeff Tarango, Annabelle Croft here with us, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds. The knockout has begun. Daniil Medvedev against Novak Djokovic for the US Open title. And it's really just hard to see somebody winning this match easily, isn't it? I mean, you never know because you can have a really bad day at the office, but they just seem to be both playing pretty much at the peak of their powers.
Yeah, I think it's got that feel about it. As I was coming in on the bus today, I was thinking, how long do I think this match is going to take? And my feelings were a long, long time, because they are so headstrong. They have enormous respect for each other. I actually believe they really like each other off the court. I think they socialise a little bit and they have huge amounts of respect for each other. But, I think there's fear factor for both of them against the opposition in terms of what they bring to this match. But they're so stubborn as competitors, and it is not going to be easy. But they know they have to go through that pain barrier if they're going to lift this trophy at the end of this match. I mean, I'm looking at 4 hours plus possibly. I mean, you've got to think like that. I mean, when we think of the stats now saying that tennis generally is getting longer and longer, I mean, sets can take at least an hour, can't they?
Yeah, I would say at least 3.5 hours. But, they both like long rallies. They're both consistent. Neither one is a Sabalenka kind of player where they have to end the point quick. They set it up. They're both chess players, not just, Medvedev's nickname is chess player, but they're both chess players. And Novak comes out with that stats, all the stats in his head of where Medvedev likes to go on these kind of points on his serve, and, what side he misses on what points. And he has everything calculated in his brain, and that just leads to just long rallies and a lot of pain.
Our winners already today in the women's doubles, victory for Dabrowski and Routliffe against Ziegmund and Zvonareva in the women's doubles final, 7-6, 6-3. In the wheelchair events, Dida de Groot of the Netherlands has won her third consecutive calendar Grand Slam, beating Yui Kamiji in the final. And within the last half an hour or so, Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain has beaten his teammate and doubles partner Gordon Reid in the first all-British Grand Slam singles final of the Open era. He won 6-4, 6-3. Reid had the early advantage, but there were too many double faults from the Scotsman today, 8 double faults in total, and that means that Hewitt has now won 4 US Open singles titles and 8 Grand Slam singles titles, so congratulations to him. And also Gordon Reid on reaching a Grand Slam final for the first time in 4 years in the singles. David Law's talking to Alfie around about now, and we'll hear that interview a little bit later. Their head-to-head record suggests that Novak Djokovic has the advantage. He's won 9 of their 14 matches, but we know that Medvedev won here 2 years ago, and he also won their last meeting in Dubai this year in the semi-finals. That was Djokovic's only hard-court loss of the year.
And warm-up.
Another Grand Slam final meeting was at the Australian Open in 2021. Djokovic won that in straight sets. And here's a statistic to confuse you. Medvedev has a 5-3 winning record against Novak Djokovic when Novak Djokovic is world number 1. But when he plays him when he's not world number 1, he's lost all 6 matches. Now, technically, Novak Djokovic for another few hours is the world number 2. But after this match, when the new rankings lists are published, he's going to be world number 1. Does that give us any insight at all into who's going to win this match?
Well,
I say not.
I say not, but I mean, they're always interesting, those sort of little snippets of stats and data and what have you, but I think that's more superstitious, isn't it? I try not to get too involved in those kind of things. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to a really terrific contest, and I'm interested and intrigued as to who the crowd are going to get behind. I think they're actually going to be really engaged in the fight and the battle and the tennis that they're going to witness. They're certainly going to get some jaw-dropping moments, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Novak Djokovic is going to feel more comfortable and more appreciated than he has in most of his US Open finals here. He will start the final, the 3-time champion, the 23-time Grand Slam singles champion at 36 years of age, hoping to become the oldest US Open champion in the Open era. People still taking their seats in front of us, but Djokovic is ready and serves into the net. 19 minutes past 4 on this Sunday afternoon in New York. Heavy rain earlier today. Brighter outside now by the looks of things, but the roof's still closed over the Arthur Ashe Stadium, and a capacity crowd of 23,500 expected. Djokovic forehand cross-court, Medvedev with a forehand cross-court, Djokovic down the line with a forehand. Here's Medvedev's backhand down the centre, slice backhand Djokovic, backhand from Medvedev, backhand cross-court Djokovic, Medvedev hits the same shot, forehand cross-court from Medvedev to the back of the court, forehand from Medvedev to the backhand of Djokovic. We're expecting lots of long rallies in this final. Forehand Medvedev cross-court, Djokovic with a forehand cross-court, Medvedev down the line and wide.
If that's an indication of what we're in for, it is going to be a long haul.
15 love.
And I tell my students that if you can get more than 4 balls in the court every single point, you're going to be 85% of the players. And you see exactly the statement that both these players are saying in the first point, that they're going to get a lot more than 5 balls over the net.
A 19-shot rally to begin the final, won by Djokovic. Serving now at the far end, wearing an all-blue outfit again. 2 different shades of blue. That's what we've seen him wear, as is pretty much the case with all the players, at least those who have clothing sponsors, throughout the Grand Slams. Medvedev's forehand return. Djokovic with the forehand to the Medvedev backhand. Slice backhand, Djokovic into the net. Medvedev has a 3-tone top. Blue over the shoulders, a yellow arrow pointing down his back, and then some purple to finish it off. Like one of those lollies.
Yes, it's
what are they called?
Fab?
Fab?
No.
Twister?
Fab? Yeah, Twister maybe.
The multicoloured
Like a
ones.
chevron on his back, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a bright fluorescent yellow arrow or chevron pointing down his back. Look at my legs kind of thing. Backhand from Djokovic, backhand from Medvedev. Djokovic with the backhand, Medvedev backhand. Mid-court balls for both players until Djokovic finds a spot just inside the baseline. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Medvedev. Djokovic backhand, Medvedev with the backhand. Djokovic with a sliced backhand, neither wanting to give their opponent an inch here in the early stages. This first game of the final on BBC Sounds. Forehand cross-court Medvedev, forehand down the line Djokovic. Medvedev's fabulous defence being brought into action, and he's beaten by Djokovic's backhand down the line.
Oh, just got a little opening there. Saw the opening that Medvedev wasn't quite getting back as quickly as he should out of that corner. Went for the backhand down the line and had plenty of margin on it, and Medvedev still couldn't trace it down.
Yeah, it's seeming like even these first 3 rallies, it's showing that it's very difficult to create the opening in these rallies. And I think that backhand down the line for Novak is going to be extremely important tactically in this match.
Regular bouncing of the ball. It started early for Novak Djokovic this afternoon here in New York. Deep return by Medvedev despite being 7 or 8 metres behind the baseline. Backhand cross-court Medvedev, slice backhand Djokovic, forehand Medvedev. Djokovic's backhand cross-court. Medvedev is in his backhand corner, and now he is watching the Djokovic backhand go long. And we've had 4 points. Average rally length is probably already about 12 shots, and they've shared them in the opening game of the final.
Annabelle, I think it's really interesting that Medvedev's starting so far back on the return, but then afterwards he's moving in. He's only about 2 feet, 3 feet behind the baseline. Normally he's about 6 feet behind the baseline during a rally.
Yeah, he's trying to get that ball early, isn't he, to try and stay involved and up on the baseline, try and take the ball early and create space into the open court.
30-all, excellent serve. Medvedev disappeared there. We have a position looking down on the court, round about 7 o'clock on the clock face. Medvedev is our end, but because he stands behind those large boards at the back of the court, he almost disappears from sight at times. And I think the ball hit the backstop before Medvedev got his racket to the ball, but it was impossible to be 100% sure. He's that far back. Game point Djokovic, and that's an ace. Brilliantly served. Djokovic served superbly against Ben Shelton in the semi-finals, knowing the danger of the American serve. Knew he needed to look after his own serve, and he was absolutely at the peak of his serving powers there, and a good start by holding to 30 in the opening game of the final.
Well, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it? And I think those long exchanges at the very beginning of that game helps both of them, actually, because even as great a player as they both are, you know, nerves and adrenaline kind of like affect your movement, they affect everything, they affect the swing. But if you can just play a long rally, get rid of all of that sort of built-up emotion, it's quite helpful to be able to free up the body.
Yeah, exactly. And also, it's not imperative that either one of these guys break serve early on. They're not coming out for first strike. They know this is going to be a long battle. And getting the rhythm of the other player's pace, figuring out which ball they're hitting harder, sizing up so you know when to take that step forward and you know when to take that step back is a huge difference also.
Daniil Medvedev now serving after the change of ends. He's dropped sets against Christopher O'Connell, Alex de Minaur, and just the one to Carlos Alcaraz in the semi-final, en route to this third US Open final. Backhand into the net from Medvedev. As for Djokovic, just 2 sets dropped in the same match when he found himself 2 sets to love down to his Serbian friend Laszlo Djere. That was in the 3rd round last Friday night. Both have played in the heat of the day, that horribly hot and humid weather, as Medvedev serves a really wild second serve, a big double fault there.
Yeah, that was horrible. And in fact, lately, I would say during 2023, Jeff, he has sort of tended to throw in some strange double faults, hasn't he?
Love 30 down.
Sort of loses his rhythm on it and always goes for too much.
Second serve. Right onto the service line there. Medvedev nearly back-to-back double faults. Forehand cross-court Djokovic. Forehand cross-court Medvedev. Djokovic with the forehand. Backhand Medvedev. Djokovic slices his backhand. Medvedev on the baseline with a forehand down the line. Great depth from Djokovic. A backhand from Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with a forehand. Djokovic with power. Cross-court on the forehand. Now the forehand down the line. What a brilliant start by Djokovic. Painting the lines. 3 break points in Daniil Medvedev's opening service game.
Oh, that brought goosebumps to me watching that forehand, I have to say. I mean, that was something else. It's like listening to a great piece of music that just gets right through you. I mean, what a forehand strike that was. Lined it up. You almost knew with the body position as he shaped up for it that he was going to nail that one. Absolutely breathtaking.
3 break points. Forehand return Djokovic. Medvedev's forehand cross-court long. What a scrappy start from Medvedev, but brilliant from Novak Djokovic, who breaks for 2 love.
He was so dialed in, Novak, on all those serves, and even the serve that looked like it was going to be an ace was just barely out. He was going to get to that as well, and his positioning on the court is so good that he's set up for that forehand, which used to be his weakest shot, and now he's showing us right now that that's his best shot.
Yeah, he looks as if he's feeling really confident, as if he's playing with freedom already, that he's up for this and going to bring his best tennis.
2 love. Medvedev struggling to get this Djokovic return back in play, but he's managed to do so, and he's asking Djokovic now to play the slice backhand drop shot. Medvedev onto the sideline with a backhand. There was a point he turned on its head.
Love 15.
Yeah, Novak throwing in the little drop shot there. And when we think back to the start of his career, he used to play a lot more drop shots, and actually they're more rare these days. But kind of looked behind him there. I think he was expecting that ball to be out from Medvedev.
He didn't get the memo that Medvedev's not missing.
Love 15. Djokovic serving and volleying. There's the volley, and it's reached by Medvedev, who goes cross-court on the forehand with the winner. So I wonder if that is a tactic that we'll see more often, given the distance behind the baseline that Medvedev positions himself.
I definitely think so. I think that was definitely something that was a possibility in this match, because knowing how far back behind that baseline he is, it's a smart tactic, but actually the first volley just wasn't good enough. Dropped it short, it sat up invitingly. Plenty of time to make that passing shot.
Medvedev still covered a lot of ground, didn't he, to get there, and didn't have the easiest shot to put away, but he took his opportunity. Forehand return, and the serve volley works again for Djokovic. This time hits a backhand volley right into the opposite corner, and Medvedev a beaten man.
There's 2 ways to play that, and the reason he's serving and volleying is because he has so much time since Medvedev's so far back to move in that he can get close for an easy volley. That's why you saw Alcaraz serving and volleying so much against Medvedev, and it was working until he overused it. Got to be careful the balance of when to use it and when not to.
Forehand return from Medvedev into the bottom of the net, and the more Djokovic does it, which is the point you're making, Jeff, the more Medvedev will be able to line him up. He'll see that target at the net. He'll start finding his range.
But the second part of the equation is, by Novak just doing that once or twice a game, it makes Medvedev lower his return over the net, so he can't play that kind of margin. So you're hoping that he'll just miss returns outright because he has less margin.
Yeah.
30 all. Djokovic has the early break here on BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra. Putting a first serve into the net, though, Djokovic. He might lead 2 love, but this is 30 all on his serve.
It just creates a little different view for Medvedev, a different look at everything. something else to think about.
Second serve, forehand Medvedev. Djokovic with the forehand. Medvedev's backhand cross-court. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand from Medvedev. Backhand cross-court Djokovic. Medvedev also with the backhand cross-court. Now he's got a forehand, the third seed. Backhand Djokovic, forehand cross-court Medvedev. Djokovic forehand cross-court. Down the line, that's pushed by Medvedev. Now a backhand cross-court, and that's a poor error from Medvedev. He's given Djokovic the point, and he's given him a game point for a 3-love lead.
That was Novak's first slice backhand of the match. And he used a change up there, slice backhand cross court. Medvedev's only seen the drive so far and was almost too early on that slice.
Yeah, I think Novak looks as if he couldn't be hitting the ball any better right now. I mean, he's middling everything. It's beautiful timing, wonderful balance. Looks like he can put the ball wherever he wants in that court right now.
Game point Djokovic, an ace. Fabulous serving by Djokovic, just as it was in the semi-final against Ben Shelton. That's 3 aces in just 2 service games. He's landed 3/4 of his first serve, and he could not possibly have made a better start, Annabelle.
No, not in any way at all. I mean, the long exchanges in the opening game, really finding his range, his rhythm. He gives himself plenty of margins, but then equally when he needs to kind of just accelerate with the racket head to put a bit of extra pace on it to try and move Medvedev around and take time away, he's able to do that as well. Just saw a sneak look at Sting, who's here in the stadium today, and Medvedev was talking ahead of this match in the press conference about the fact that he tried not to concentrate on the big screen showing all the celebrities, but he said, I couldn't help myself, and I kept sneaking a look up there and realizing that there were an awful lot of celebrities in that semi-final against Alcaraz, and I wonder if he's doing the same right now. Maybe he's trying to gather his thoughts together.
Yeah, may have other things on his mind right now, but that is his personality. He will be distracted, he will enjoy the entertainment. Carlos Alcaraz is another one like that. He says he can't help but enjoy the replays of the big points on the Jumbotron at the change of ends. He loves watching the shots that perhaps he has played in the previous game all over again.
It's quite funny, isn't it? But it's always a great show here, isn't it? I mean, it's such a special ticket. Any night match, let alone US Open final like this. It's got a certain vibe to it. And there's a buzz in the stadium, people really enjoying it. And, as you'd mentioned, Russell, it's one of those few times that Novak will be playing a Grand Slam final where actually it's pretty evenly split here. Normally they're cheering for the underdog against him, but here I think they're really appreciating what they've just witnessed in those first 3 games with Novak's ball striking.
A lot different from his semi-final with Shelton, where the 99% of the crowd was for Shelton, and Novak had to keep it really under wraps emotionally and demonstratively to not alienate the crowd for this match. I think it was a bump set spike like in volleyball as far as getting the crowd to be with him. Jimmy Connors is the ultimate expert in getting the crowd behind him, and maybe he took a little bit of a page out of his book.
Love 3, Medvedev with a second serve, forehand return by Djokovic. It's quickly on Medvedev, who hits a forehand cross-court, forehand Djokovic. Medvedev's forehand to the back of the court. Another forehand from Medvedev. Both players being very patient in this rally, just waiting for a little opening. Forehand cross-court Medvedev. Djokovic down the line, he thought that was it, but he's netted.
It's about the first error from Novak Djokovic, well 3 in total, but that was absolutely... he's been brilliant so far, but that one just turning the racket face over a little bit early in the swing. Distracted there. There's a shot of Christy Brinkley coming up on screen.
Jerry and Jessica Seinfeld. Matthew McConaughey.
Backhand return from Djokovic, just catches the net on the way over. Forehand Medvedev. Djokovic's forehand, and he's hitting the ball pretty powerfully here. Medvedev netting with the forehand. The old man is showing he can still knock the ball pretty hard from one end of the court to the other.
They're both kind of like, they are moving the ball around, aren't they, Jeff? But actually they're getting into and stuck into quite a lot of backhand to backhand exchanges. And I always remember Goran saying when he was asked if you could choose one shot in the game to have, what would it be? And he said Novak's backhand. It's the best in the world, best one I've ever seen or come across. So it's interesting that Medvedev is going into that side as much as he is.
He's measuring it up, isn't he? It's almost using this as an experiment. But Rod Laver in his book said that playing against your opponent's strength at the beginning of the match is the best way to go.
That was Djokovic blocking a forehand into the net. He's now hitting a lob, which is landing just inside the baseline. Medvedev running back, returns on the forehand. Djokovic's forehand, Medvedev on the run with the forehand. Now he's going to have to run to his backhand side, but Djokovic has gone long.
That's interesting because he had the open space and he's made a couple of absolutely stinging forehands, exactly like that one, but he's just missed a couple in this game.
A little bit of a tactical error there by Djokovic. As soon as he saw that lob was over Medvedev's head, he should have snuck in behind it to set up the volley and force Medvedev to go for something a little bit bigger.
40-15. Medvedev, 27 years of age, 6 foot 6 inches or 1.98 meters tall. He was the tallest world number one of all time. Novak Djokovic will become world number one in a few hours' time. Whatever happens here, he'll be beginning his 390th week in the top spot. Backhand from Djokovic, as deep as you would expect. Medvedev trying to close out the game, goes cross-court with a forehand. Backhand, Medvedev cross-court. Djokovic with the backhand, Medvedev's forehand. Now Djokovic with the forehand. Medvedev with a little bit of air on that forehand. It's gone to the backhand of Djokovic. The backhand is hit to the backhand of Medvedev. Great pace from Medvedev here, and Djokovic has gone just wide on the defence with the backhand. And Medvedev is on the board. But it's Djokovic who's been making the early running here and does have this break of serve advantage.
Yeah, it was good hitting and striking from Medvedev, sort of starting to get more on top of the rallies, wasn't he, and imposing his game a little bit more onto Djokovic. Looked as if he was putting Djokovic into more defensive positions in that last couple of rallies there as well.
So I'm having a flashback, Annabelle. I'm remembering the first time I met Novak. I walked in, his agent says, Jeff, I got somebody you've got to meet. You have to meet this guy. He's going to be really good someday. So I go up to the Dog and Fox, and I walk in, and the agent buys me a beer, and who's he introduced me to? Novak Djokovic, who in the States wasn't ready to have a beer yet, but he was having one at the Dog and Fox.
Ah, interesting. Very famous pub.
Very famous pub in Wimbledon Village. So he was somewhere between the age of 18 and 21, we can assume.
Yes. 20 and a half? Max.
3-1, Djokovic leads. Forehand cross-court Djokovic, Medvedev's forehand, backhand Djokovic wide. So after playing a perfect first 3 games, we are now starting to see a few errors from Novak Djokovic as well.
Yes, and I wonder when he'll start sort of ranting at the box, because he was even doing it when he was playing Shelton, when he was 2 sets to love up, and he suddenly started stressing. It was actually a break-up as well. And that was quite strange, wasn't it, when he started just losing his composure a little bit, even though he was very much in control of the match.
He's had so many long rallies so far, it's understandable.
Love 15, forehand Medvedev, not perfectly timed, as you could hear from our effects microphone, and into the net.
I mean, understandable that if you're out of breath at some point, you've got to take a breath and miss a ball so you can have a little bit of extra time, and maybe 3-1, 0-0 is the best time to take that deep breath.
Someone got tickled. Something very funny.
Someone got tickled.
That's what it sounded like, wasn't it? Suddenly tickled by the person next to them. 15 all. Djokovic just broke off. That would have been very, very disturbing had it happened as the racket was making contact with the ball. He's now put a first serve into the net. So somebody might get a very black stare if the second serve goes the same way. Second serve is good though, it's onto the Medvedev forehand. Djokovic down the line with the forehand, Medvedev's backhand cross-court, slice backhand Djokovic, Medvedev's forehand, Djokovic cross-court with a forehand, Medvedev cross-court 2. Bit of air on the forehand from Djokovic, onto the backhand wing of Medvedev. Forehand cross-court Djokovic, Medvedev's forehand, Djokovic slices the backhand, it floats to within 4 or 5 inches of the baseline. Backhand from Medvedev, another backhand from Medvedev, pushed down the line, Djokovic swings the forehand cross-court. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Medvedev. Slice backhand Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with a backhand. A backhand from Medvedev again. Djokovic is stretching for this. He sends a higher ball to Medvedev, but it's right at the back of the court once more, and the rally will continue. Now a forehand on the slide for Djokovic. Forehand down the line, Medvedev. Backhand hammered cross-court by Djokovic, who's now going down the line, but into the net with a backhand. Well, the number of rallies of that length that we have seen in this opening set is quite mind-blowing, and that was the longest rally of the match. It's gone Medvedev's way, and he's threatening to get the break back here at 15:30.
Oh, that was mind games in that last rally, wasn't it? And you could sense that 3/4 of the way through it, Djokovic was starting to heave and started to lose energy in the legs, and he went for an outright winner to try to close out the point, but he lost his balance as he went to hit it and almost sort of fell over. He was absolutely exhausted at the end of that rally. And I don't think he felt good. He was sort of holding his head and his forehead, and that's going to have eaten into him psychologically, that last rally.
Yeah, the next 10 to 15 steps, he was wobbly.
Yeah,
he wouldn't
very much
not
so.
have passed a sobriety test.
36 shots. Quite rare you get rallies of that length.
That was an absolute lung buster, but it's the emotion that goes in behind that kind of rally if you don't come out on top as well.
It's a good point.
Medvedev is not going to mind rallies of that length, is he?
No. Slapping it up.
Very much in his interest, even though Novak Djokovic is still in stupendous physical shape. Serving and volleying Djokovic. The volley is punched just inside the baseline, and he's at the net to play another volley, which is far easier. Forehand volley Djokovic to win the points.
Well, that volley was absolutely world class. You're not going to see a better volley than that, what we've just witnessed right there. And he tried to shorten the point. He was definitely not up for a long rally. Stunning backhand volley. I mean, that is old school, sort of 80s serve volley tennis, where you keep that racket head firm, you open up the racket face, and you get it deep into the corner with a bit of bite and a bit of knife behind it. He might be trying to shorten up these points a little bit more, actually.
3-1, 30 all. Serving and volleying again, and he got a very fast return on the forehand by Medvedev. Djokovic, I wondered for a moment if that was definitely going to land in, but he made no mistake with the forehand volley, and it's game point for 4-1.
A little bit Edberg-esque there with how far he's getting inside the service line before he has to hit the volley. He's 4 feet inside the service line. That makes for a very easy volley. I don't remember anybody but Edberg getting in that close after the serve. Medvedev staying that far back still. And that enables Novak to get those extra steps. And after having such long rallies, very smart by Novak to shorten the points.
Yeah, really, really smart. And you can almost sense him and Goran being out on that practice court, just, honing these skills specifically for this moment.
40-30. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Medvedev, winner down the line.
Wow, Djokovic didn't even attempt to move for that one. He didn't read that backhand at all. It almost came on the inside of it, Medvedev, as he struck it, and the ball carried on veering away from Novak.
Not really something you can teach.
No. Well, he's got such an unusual style, hasn't he, Medvedev? He sort of hunches up the shoulders and sort of bunts it.
Deuce, 3-1. Djokovic leads, forehand hit by him. The backhand lob by Medvedev, and Djokovic with a very aggressive looking volley. Running in, it was an off-high forehand volley, and he's got another chance to move 4-1 in front first set.
Well, he's also looking across at his camp, and he's opening his eyes really wide as if to say, what have you got to say about that one? But I'd always describe that as a Happy Gilmore volley.
You might have to explain more.
Well, you know what a Happy Gilmore is, isn't it? When you take a running leap at something. When you're going to sort of run up to volley or run up to sort of hit a golf ball.
Yeah.
That was a Happy Gilmore volley, wasn't it?
I like it.
Like the slam dunk version of tennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never actually thought of it in those terms, but I like it, Annabelle.
Well, it was unusual, wasn't it? I think the photographers would have got a good shot of that one.
Second serve. Djokovic's advantage. Forehand return Medvedev. Forehand cross-court Djokovic. Medvedev into the net with the forehand. 4-1. Djokovic moves slightly further ahead. Just the one break of serve, but just 2 games away from the first set of this US Open singles final on the Arthur Ashe Stadium. 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sound. So we've had lots of entertainment from Daniil Medvedev throughout these championships. Again, his match against Christopher O'Connell. Having lost the 4th set, he called the doctor onto court. Looked like he was going to have a medical timeout. And actually what he said to him was, what can you do for me? I'm struggling. And he'd remembered that O'Connell had had a medical timeout before the previous set, which the Australian had gone on to win. And when the doctor said, have you got any symptoms? He said, yes, I lost the set. Give me whatever you gave him at the end of the last set. And everybody saw the funny side of it. And that is very much Daniil Medvedev. An on-court interview after beating Sebastian Baez, he said he had sympathy for this one particular guy in the crowd who was shouting out regularly whenever he put a first serve into the net. Sympathy for his partner. I said, I don't know if you're married or not, but I would really, really, really sympathise with your partner, because you must spend all night shouting out, vamos, 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 and you must never get any sleep. And you can see he's just pumped, isn't he? In the moment of victory, he was irritated by this person, but then he goes on this brilliant monologue with a big smile over his face, eyes bulging, full of intensity, but it makes great radio.
Yeah, I mean, just a great entertainer and great humour. We're having a look at the longest rallies between these two. It's just come up on the screen. Only 6 shots, Medvedev, Djokovic, Echeverry against Wawrinka, 35 shots.
So longest rally of the tournament,
yeah.
I would assume that is referring to.
Yeah, looks like it's a lot of 34-stroke rallies, but they've taken the record here. This championship's 35. I would be surprised if that gets beaten out here today as well.
Fascinating how these guys are just moving each other around, still feeling each other out in a way. But Novak's realized that he cannot play games with Medvedev, that he's going to have to be the aggressor, be the one that goes for it. And that's what Medvedev wants, kind of sucking him into hoping he can get some errors from him as he gets more tired.
Ace Medvedev, 1-4 down.
So then it comes down to Novak being able to manage his breathing, manage his pace so that he's not a sprinter, but he's more in for the long haul. And I think he can do that now that he's up a break already. Then he'll have to start over in the second set.
Second serve, backhand Djokovic, backhand Medvedev. Djokovic hits the backhand of Medvedev, and that's just wide. Medvedev just holding the pose, holding his follow through. Often the sign that perhaps he thinks he's missed it. Not a great position in which to respond, to run down another ball from. He knew it was wide, and it's 15 all. Good serve from Medvedev. He's got a short ball to put away here, but Djokovic has got a lob on this, and it's brilliantly played onto the baseline. Medvedev turns round, hits the forehand, and he's very relieved that Djokovic has gone just long with the forehand, and he looks over his shoulder to some of the spectators, actually, as if to say, can you believe I missed that?
I can't believe he missed it. That was such a perfect lob, and then to follow it up, it was the right shot. He just, I think, just was almost thinking he was out of the point already.
Ace Medvedev. Two game points for the 27-year-old. Forehand return from Medvedev. Forehand cross-court Medvedev now. Medvedev with a very loose forehand, which has missed the doubles court as well as the singles court.
I was just having a look at the numbers on serve, and I thought that Medvedev's serve might be a little bit more potent than Novak's, but actually the fastest serve so far has been from Novak Djokovic. 202 to 194.
Onto the sideline, Djokovic with the backhand, and it's a bit of a miss-hit on the return by Medvedev. A very high ball, and again he's inviting an error from Djokovic. Not one that he was expecting, but he's got it nonetheless. The forehand long from Djokovic for the second time in the game. And Medvedev holds.
First set.
Well, this will be interesting down this end, won't it, where he's not close to his support count, how much Novak decides to serve and volley. I felt like he was kind of almost building pressure down the other end and ready to have a little bit of an explosion, you know, with his team. Managed to get out of that last very tricky service game, so this will be fascinating.
They were chants of Nole around the Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Good portion of the crowd.
That will be music to his ears when you think of the matches against Roger Federer here, the finals here, in which he was treated very shoddily by the crowd. It was so partisan.
People want to see history, Russell.
And I think many of them may well have been here 2 years ago. And will be aware of what happened when Djokovic was denied by Medvedev as he was trying to win his 28th and final Grand Slam match of the season. Medvedev along with the service return. And I think maybe also there's a feeling, isn't there? They want to see history, but they're also increasingly aware this guy's not going to be around for that much longer. And what he's done is just simply extraordinary.
Yeah, I feel like for most of his career he hasn't really been appreciated, has he, for what he's achieved? And it's going to take for, you know, when the others drop away, Federer's already retired, we haven't really seen too much of Nadal, so finally is he going to get that recognition?
4-2, 15 love, forehand return Medvedev, backhand Djokovic. Medvedev's backhand cross-court to Djokovic's slice backhand. Cross-court, the forehand goes, hit by Daniil Medvedev to Novak Djokovic, who strikes a forehand. Backhand Djokovic, forehand cross-court Medvedev. Djokovic on the move, nets with the forehand. So a few forehand errors in the last couple of games from Djokovic.
Yeah, well, early on, he was making those forehands, and the more winded, the more tired he gets. It's tough to pull off the forehand down the line off a very good ball from Medvedev. And Medvedev's counting on that. And maybe Novak's going to have to succeed and play the long rallies in order to get a hold.
4-2, 15 all. Djokovic serving just as the shot clock went to 0. Forehand winner Djokovic coming into mid-court, benefiting from the shorter return by Medvedev.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Russell. He hasn't had too many short returns of serve like that because Medvedev has such unbelievable depth on the ball, not just with returns of serve, but also the ground strokes as well. So that would have been very welcome. He's had to, well, they both have had to work so hard for every single point out here. The intensity is phenomenal.
30-15. Medvedev standing still so far behind the baseline, sliced his forehand return, thought it was going long, realised it was going to drop in, and the rally continues. Backhand with slice from Djokovic. He's played that quite a few times tonight, and Medvedev has made the error, trying to turn that forehand over, corner to corner, cross-court, and Djokovic with a couple of game points for 5-2.
So 7-7 on unforced errors, Annabelle, and then you got to go up to the winners, and you got 5-10. So Novak with 10, and there you have it. That's why he's ahead 4-2.
Yeah, and I think that slice backhand, Jeff, is really doing some damage, isn't it?
It's changing the pace just enough.
Yeah, just a little bit to give him a different look at the ball, having to kind of drop the racket head a little bit more so that it's not quite so rhythmical from the back of the court. He's having to think more about what the flight of the ball is doing, and it's just creating a few more unforced errors.
40-15. Second serve Djokovic, backhand return Medvedev. Djokovic cross-court with a forehand to the Medvedev forehand. Backhand Medvedev cross-court. Djokovic pushing that one down the line on the backhand. Forehand cross-court Djokovic, forehand cross-court Medvedev. Djokovic on the move and missing with the forehand, again being made to move a little bit further than perhaps he would otherwise want to, and just forced out wide by Medvedev and not able to execute the angle he was looking for.
Tell me, Annabelle, when you were playing, for me, the 4-2 game was much harder than the 5-3 game. Yes. Mentally, I would have, if I'm serving for the set, I would get a little bit more nervous and jittery at 4-2 than I would. 5-3, I'm like, okay, there's the finish line.
Yes.
I would get.
Yeah, you want to get ahead 5. It just feels
that
good
look like a nervous forehand from Novak there?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what your
I agree
feeling
with
was.
you. Yeah, that's such a different feel, isn't it? If you can get ahead 5-2 but not be pegged back 4-3, then it just feels so completely different as well. But you're right, if you're 5-3 up, it's a totally different feeling psychologically.
So this is Djokovic serving for the Magic fifth game. Forehand return by Medvedev. Backhand Djokovic, who has 40-30. Backhand Djokovic cross-court. Medvedev aims back at the Djokovic backhand. Once more, targeting that backhand, if targeting is the right word, given the excellence of the shot. Forehand cross-court Medvedev to the Djokovic forehand now. Backhand Djokovic cross-court. Medvedev will go cross-court to the Djokovic backhand. Here's the slice on the backhand from the Serb. Backhand Medvedev, forehand Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with a forehand. Djokovic with the forehand down the line. Medvedev now on the back foot. Slices a high backhand onto the forehand of Djokovic. And without any drama at all from the baseline, Djokovic slides that forehand down the line. Very much in control. Impressive rally once again from the 36-year-old. And he hangs on to his advantage. Gets to 5 and leads this first set 5-2. We're watching with Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft.
That was a shot that Sabalenka last night just couldn't hit. That inside-in forehand and Novak got around that. If you look how he hits it, he turns his shoulder all the way around to the back. His back is actually facing the net before he starts to swing for that ball. So he's not facing up like he could go inside. He's turned all the way parallel to the net. Billie Jean, there she is on the Jumbotron.
Presented the trophy to Coco Gauff last night, and Andy Roddick's going to present the trophies tonight, we think, 20 years on from his US Open title.
I remember we were staying at the W Hotel, and Andy wasn't 21 until he won the tournament, and I had to go to the next tournament, and he had just won the semis. So I went down to the liquor store and I got a 6-pack and I put it in front of his hotel room door because he's staying next door, and I wrote on a post-it note, I go, "Don't drink this until after the final. Happy birthday."
So you were not quite buying alcohol for a minor there.
Exactly, because he wasn't 21 and he didn't take it yet. So it wasn't, he wasn't 20. He was going to be 21 the next day. But I told him you can't drink it until after the final. I wanted to make sure I was still kind of the fatherly figure about it.
I mean, if that had gone to court, I can imagine your attorney and the
I did wipe off the
prosecution
fingerprints and
having quite
everything. I did wipe off. And I didn't sign it. I was careful, Russell, but thanks for asking.
That's a good story. I like your stories, Jeff. You've got plenty of them. Well, I agree with you about that last forehand. I mean, the way he lines it up, and there's a lot of players who wouldn't make that kind of shot, but he commits to it and he backs himself, and he doesn't shy away from going after that big winner.
And you can't read it. It just all of a sudden it's on you as an opponent.
Sampras had that shot, and he had it from a low part of the court, didn't he, as well? Very difficult shot.
Wow.
5-2, Novak Djokovic a game away, and he has love 15 as Daniil Medvedev serves to stay in the set with a forehand cross-court winner.
That second serve return was phenomenal. Caught inside the service line. That's Medvedev's favorite serve. He just misses that pronation out wide serve in the ad court.
Second serve Medvedev.
Love 30.
Double fault. Practices his slice backhand as Djokovic returns that second serve that was long. He's not showing a great deal of emotion so far, Daniil Medvedev. Quite often we will see him getting quite irate with himself, or maybe somebody in the crowd or somebody in the player's box, but looks very, very calm at the moment, even though he's made a disappointing start. Novak Djokovic is playing superbly. He's the better player so far, but that forehand from Djokovic is long.
15-30.
There you heard Djokovic yelling, not in the direction of his box, but not to his box. He was just yelling because you just can't make an unforced error at love 30 on your opponent's serve.
15-30. Second serve Medvedev, backhand Djokovic. Medvedev with the backhand cross-court, Djokovic with the backhand down the line. Medvedev cross-court with the forehand. Backhand from Medvedev, backhand Djokovic cross-court. Medvedev down the line, gloriously struck onto the sideline.
Perfect.
Oh, it really is. And it's that ability, they've both got it, the ability to take a cross-court ball and just reposition it down the line effortlessly and control that racket face the way that he does. And again, you just can't see it coming. There's not too many players who can outmaneuver Djokovic like that.
Backhand return Djokovic, backhand cross-court from Medvedev. Backhand cross-court just wide by Medvedev, and this is set point Djokovic.
Now, if Djokovic is doing his
30,
stats,
40.
which I'm sure he has, but he's going to cover the out wide serve here. He's going to play it. See, he's moving out a little bit into the alley there, Annabelle. I think he'll jump maybe 6 inches over right before he serves.
Forehand return from Djokovic on the first set point. Forehand Medvedev, Djokovic's backhand wide. Medvedev breathes again. The first set continues.
Well, he did exactly that, Jeff. He was standing over there, didn't he? And just fractions before that ball was hit, he repositioned himself, Djokovic, but the next strike was too good for Medvedev.
Good deep return by Djokovic. His backhand is netted as he aims that one down the line.
Advantage Medvedev.
Još ekstra korak napravi, ekstra korak.
Još jedan ekstra korak napravi.
my goodness, who was that?
Goran. That was Goran first, and then the other guy said the same thing.
Djokovic didn't really seem very interested, did he? He was not looking at them.
No.
It was almost, his reaction was almost like, whatever.
Yeah, he
I've
was
got a
really
set of tennis to win here.
irritated there.
Double fault Medvedev. He really is just not serving nearly well enough if he's going to be competitive in this US Open final.
Yeah, that was quite surprising hearing them shout like that, because normally he's the one bellowing at them and Goran is just ignoring.
Right. Goran rarely says anything.
It's deuce. It's a drop shot into the middle portion of the net by Medvedev. It's a lousy shot, and it's set point number 2.
Djokovic.
Now Medvedev's turn to start stressing a bit, and a bit of sarcasm back towards his box as well.
Yeah, and I don't think Goran will say anything now for about 3 months.
Thank you.
Second set point for Novak Djokovic in the US Open final on BBC Sounds. Good serve this time by Medvedev. The forehand is hit straight back at Djokovic. The smash from Medvedev. Pretty secure under that shot. And on his own serve, he's now saved 2 set points.
Deuce.
I think that's a partisan crowd out there. I mean, they're just appreciating the good points. I don't really see the crowd clinging on to either player at this point.
No, well, they're being treated to quite spectacular ball striking.
Forehand down the line, Medvedev. No, he fooled me too, and Djokovic. He went cross-court at the last minute, and it's now game point.
Advantage, Medvedev.
Just by the tone of Goran, it seemed like he was saying, "You got to turn it up now, push harder now."
Medvedev with the advantage, and that forehand just wide by Djokovic. So some better serving helped Medvedev ultimately escape
Djokovic leads
and keep the set alive.
5 games to 3.
Well, the set's
First set.
by no means done, is it?
Mm-mm.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be that straightforward. I mean, we'll see what happens in this game, but it's not the first time we've seen Novak be ahead in score lines and then suddenly get a little bit sort of
Jittery
trying to close out the set.
Yeah, I think that's why his box was getting on him, because he almost looked a little lackadaisical being up 5-2, and Goran said, "Take it while you can get it, buddy."
Yeah, definitely had the opportunity in that last game.
Djokovic serving for the first set then at 5-3, and serving and volleying. The backhand volley is brilliantly struck, reached by Medvedev, and the lob from Medvedev is long.
Oh wow, once again just an absolutely world-class volley that. You can't underestimate or underline how difficult that volley was and how well he hit it. I mean, that was right skimming off the floor, and he just had the racket face open enough, and he carried on kind of moving forward. It was a brilliant volley.
5-3, 15 love. Djokovic first serve into the net.
So many years of playing Davis Cup have really helped his doubles.
Yeah.
4th Grand Slam singles final of the year for Djokovic. 4th time he's been in all 4 Slam finals. Into the net, Djokovic here.
Well, that was a little lame, that backhand, wasn't it? A bit of a free point there for Medvedev.
I haven't seen him push backwards on a backhand yet this match, and that one he definitely fell backwards. I don't know if he was surprised where it bounced or if Medvedev changed the spin, because usually very flat return, and that one looked like it jumped up into Novak's body.
15 all, actually the 3rd time he's reached all 4 Grand Slam finals in a season. 2015 and 2021 being the other years, and Medvedev so far behind the baseline and also so far out of court then, as he was worked wide on the forehand nets, and it really is an incredibly difficult angle from which to make a return.
Yeah, it's the 2nd time in this game that he's served exactly that spot on the deuce side, but it's not sort of into the corner of the deuce box. It's short and angled and sort of almost going horizontally outwards, so very awkward for Medvedev. Very smart use of the positioning of that serve.
5-3, 30-15. 45 minutes played here on BBC Sounds. Djokovic's first serve into the net. You can bounce the ball as many times as you like between first and second serves.
Yeah, it's getting quite up into the Cilic area, isn't it?
No shot clock at that point. Forehand Djokovic with air to the backhand of Medvedev. Djokovic now getting closer to the baseline, hits a forehand. Backhand Djokovic. Medvedev is also just a couple of feet behind the baseline now. Forehand Medvedev to the backhand of Djokovic. Cagey rally for now. Medvedev's backhand gets Djokovic on the run. He returns on the forehand. Backhand from Djokovic to the Medvedev forehand, which is hit down the line. Now Djokovic cross-court, Medvedev cross-court. Slice backhand Djokovic. Backhand Medvedev to within a foot of the baseline. Forehand cross-court Medvedev. Nice angle there. We feel this rally is heating up now as Djokovic clubs the backhand cross-court. Backhand down the line from Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with the forehand. Djokovic cross-court with the forehand. Medvedev down the line with the forehand, but actually too central, and Djokovic is back in the rally. Backhand cross-court Djokovic. High backhand Medvedev. It's long. They didn't quite break their record for 36 shots that was set earlier in this set, but Djokovic will not care about that because these are 2 more set points.
And he turned right to his box, right around slowly, and he turned around to Goran and just shook his fist like, here I come, baby.
Well, because also that previous one he'd lost the long exchange, so this time he won it. But again, you almost feel like tennis players are going to need oxygen tanks, aren't they, at the change of ends at some point if they have to play rallies like that. You can see Novak's chest heaving after that point.
We've seen Medvedev 2 times during this tournament go to an inhaler on the changeovers.
Set point number 3 for Djokovic.
So maybe that is next, Annabelle. We had in Mexico City, the doctor brought us oxygen for the changeovers during Davis Cup.
First serve into the net. Second serve Djokovic. Third set point, having had 2 on the Medvedev serve. Forehand Medvedev down the line. Backhand cross-court Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with the backhand. Djokovic cross-court with the backhand. Medvedev's backhand is long. And the better player unquestionably has won the first set. It's Novak Djokovic, chasing a 24th Grand Slam singles title, who's taken it by 6 games to 3. The sharper player. The more aggressive player in many ways, because he was the one who was prepared to come forward and serve and volley, and he's given Daniil Medvedev quite a lot to think about. Now, before the second set begins, we're going to pay tribute to the winner of the women's singles wheelchair title. I'll let Stadium Andy Taylor, our MC, introduce Dida de Groot onto court.
From the Netherlands, please welcome 20-time Grand Slam wheelchair singles champion, Dida de Groot.
She has the trophy that she was presented with on the Louis Armstrong Stadium court earlier on, and I think after the second set we're going to see Alfie Hewitt, who beat Gordon Reid in the men's final. But I think this is nice. It's a very brief chance for the wheelchair athletes to celebrate their achievement, and for Dida de Groot, she's now won the calendar Grand Slam 3 times in a row. We're not missing any tennis. Daniil Medvedev's gone off to the bathroom. Novak Djokovic is sitting on his chair. He's taken his top off. He's hot and sweaty, but probably not too bothered at the moment with the way that first set went, Annabelle.
Well, it was absolutely beautiful, I thought, the way he was hitting the ball, the long exchanges, and then it's so crucial when he threw in those serve volleys, which kind of changed the course of the set, because it was starting to get extremely physical. He was starting to get quite, of course not tired and fatigued, but it was quite an interesting moment psychologically for him then, and then he threw in those serve volleys and got back on track in that game, and I feel like that forged his way through. And then he was, as you'd said, Jeff, introducing those slice backhands just enough, and I mean, it was just a brilliant set, very high quality, and some of the volleys that he hit just when he needed to on those serve volleys, I just can't tell you how brilliant they were.
Yeah, in the game he broke, he got 1 free point off the slice backhand, and then he hit 2 winners down the line, one off the forehand side and one off the backhand side.
Yeah.
And Medvedev just wasn't expecting any of that. He's expecting bang, bang, bang on every shot in those long rallies that we're seeing. But Djokovic came up with something a little bit different, right? He had a little bit different menu for how he was going to shake up Medvedev's brain a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He was very composed today in that first set as well, wasn't he? I think, you know, there was that one moment where I felt like, well, he was just steaming a little bit. Was he going to erupt with stress and pressure? But he managed to keep a lid on his emotions. We did hear some emotion from Novak's box, but he got over the line in that first set.
Yeah, tough playing by both players. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody that can keep up with either one of these guys in the draw. And so I think it's very right that they're both in the finals, because now that you're watching it, Medvedev is playing better than Alcaraz. I think Alcaraz was maybe a little bit hurt, and he kind of pulled the pedal off the metal there just because, hey, I'm 20 and I've got a long career ahead of myself. But if Novak had that leg strain, I think Novak would have pushed through to win that match. But I think Alcaraz was just a little bit hurt, and Medvedev he's making it a better final, I think, if Alcaraz was hurt.
Daniil Medvedev doesn't feel like he's fully into this match, as if he's fully warmed up yet. But do you expect him to keep plugging away from that spot 8 or 9 metres behind the baseline, Annabelle? Because he's proved against Carlos Alcaraz it can be very, very effective on the return.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to change that, to be honest with you. I'll be surprised if he does. I think he's quite stubborn with that tactic, and he's always sort of looked at somebody like Nadal and thinks that Nadal can do it. And I think he's comfortable back there. That's where he likes to be. And he did talk a lot about it ahead of this match. It just felt like he thinks he's got the magic ingredient for that. And I don't think he ever panics when he goes down a set. I mean, we've seen him do that a few times, haven't we? And he just carries on with his tactics and tries to find a way to break through.
We wait for Daniil Medvedev to return. 5 Live listeners will be joining us very, very shortly. David Law's going to pick up commentary on the second set when they do. Thoughts on what you've witnessed over the first 50 minutes or so, David?
Well, it was very interesting. Last night I actually watched back the 2021 final, and it was the complete role reversal in terms of Medvedev just jumped on Djokovic in that final. He broke immediately. Djokovic looked as though he wasn't quite there, really. He was exhausted. He'd had 5-set matches. He was on the brink of history, and Medvedev was playing fantastically well. But he's not playing as well here as he was in that first set, and Djokovic is fresh by comparison.
Yeah, that is one big difference, isn't it, from 2 years ago, and we were very, very aware of that coming into the match. But yeah, interesting to be able to watch that back and just be reminded of what a different type of occasion it was. Now, Medvedev is playing so well, we shall see whether he is able to continue to play as he has done, and whether that was just a slow start to the final, which does sometimes happen with Medvedev.
Second set.
5 Live joining us very, very shortly, so I'll just talk through the first couple of points of this set before handing over to David here in the Arthur Ashe Stadium, with Novak Djokovic having taken the first set by 6 games to 3. People running round the perimeter of the lower bowl to try and take their seats before this second set begins. Don't spill the honey juice. Not at $22 a pop. Medvedev serving first and landing his second serve. It's a good deep return by Djokovic, and Medvedev has missed the backhand. Remember, he was broken in his opening service game of the match, Medvedev. The double fault in there. It was a poor game. He was broken to love, and that ultimately was the difference in terms of the scoreboard and the only break of the first set. Medvedev now at love 15. Forehand return by Djokovic. Floats it just over the baseline.
15 all.
Arthur Ashe Stadium with the roof closed.
Medvedev readjusting his wristbands. Didn't quite get him right while he was in the locker room changing.
Had 5 minutes. Didn't quite manage to get the wristbands where he wanted them.
Both players looked like they didn't agree with that.
$15 all. Medvedev serves and misses. Anxious times for him. Someone's trying to make a name for themselves. Not often fans get shushed here in New York, but on that occasion he did. Forehand by Medvedev right to the back of the court. Djokovic rock solid, hits his backhand, and now a slice from the three-time US Open champion. Slice backhand again from Djokovic, and Medvedev nets, puts the forehand into the net, so dangerous signs here of 15-30 in his opening service game.
Between first and second serve.
And Greg Allensworth just reminding people that if they possibly can, do not yell out in the middle of a game. The advice is normally not heeded, in case you'd not been with us earlier this week.
He was yelling, "Be careful, Joker."
Thank you very much, Delith. We're into the second set of this final, and I can tell you that the first set has gone to Novak Djokovic by 6-3. That's what listeners on 5 Sports Extra have been enjoying over the last hour or so, but now that 5 Live is with us for the tennis, if you're on Sports Extra now, you may well have tuned in for the NFL. Let's join Rob Statton and Greg Brady for coverage of the Green Bay Packers against the Chicago Bears. Well, here on 5 Live, we have the story of the 2023 US Open men's singles final between Daniil Medvedev and Novak Djokovic. A reminder of what's at stake here tonight. Djokovic is chasing a 24th Grand Slam singles title. He and Serena Williams have won 23 each in the Open era, but Margaret Court won 24 in total, so that is the all-time record Djokovic is chasing, as well as a 4th US Open title. While Medvedev is looking for a 2nd Grand Slam title. The one he won was here 2 years ago when he beat Novak Djokovic 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, albeit a Djokovic who was emotionally, physically and mentally shattered, having won his first 27 Grand Slam matches of the year and also played in the Tokyo Olympics. With us in the commentary box we have Annabelle Croft and Jeff Tarango, winner of 2 ATP titles and 14 doubles titles, and they've been enjoying the first set, which went Djokovic's way by 6-3, 1 break of serve in the second game of the set. And I think, Annabelle, what really stood out is the fact that Novak Djokovic is serving and volleying quite regularly and trying to put pressure on Daniil Medvedev, who stands 8 or 9 metres behind the baseline to receive.
Yeah, absolutely, Russell. It was very smart tactics which he introduced about midway through that set, because they were having such long, physical, lung-busting exchanges. In fact, they had the longest exchange of the tournament so far with 35-stroke rallies. He almost fell over from dizziness of one of the rallies, and I think he just thought, I can't do that for every point in this match. I'm going to throw in the serve volley, and it changed the course of the set actually. Plus he introduced the slice backhand, and the backhand down the line was exceptional. So he had the measure of Medvedev in that first set.
And Jeff, while Medvedev has been a little bit sloppy and a bit carefree at times, Novak Djokovic absolutely dialed in.
Yeah, Novak's hitting those down the lines really well. His first serve percentage is high. His first serve percentage 1 is high. I look for Medvedev to start going down the line a little bit more for first strike.
We're in the first game of the second set. The roof is closed on the Arthur Ashe Stadium because of heavy rain this morning and the threat of more showers this afternoon. I'm not sure if the entire BBC radio team got soaked on the way from our broadcast near Grand Central Station on 5 Live Sport earlier today, when we thought a light shower would probably subside and it turned into a heavy downpour. Annabelle was okay because Jeff bought her an umbrella, but I went out without my waterproof and I got very wet. And David Law, who's going to commentate on the second set now, I think you've had a bit of a drenching too.
Yes, I thought I'll get in early to the tennis today, soak it all up, and well, I certainly soaked it all up. I got about 100 metres down the road from my apartment and suddenly the heavens opened and I absolutely ran as fast as I've run in about 25 years to get to one bus shelter as a backhand is hit with a volley by Daniil Medvedev for a winner that he really does need at the moment, and he's at advantage here. He lost the first at 6-3, and I was stood there for about 15 minutes next to 2 NYPD officers who were also sheltering, and yes, we had a little chat about our circumstances as we dripped with water, and then I went back home and changed. So that was my day. Here's a backhand down the line from Medvedev. He holds onto his serve, and goodness me, he needed that, because this has been such a different start to the one we had 2 years ago when these two players met, with Djokovic having history on the line. He had one more match to win to complete the calendar year Grand Slam, which has only ever been done by 2 men before. It's been also done by Steffi Graf, of course, but what an extraordinary moment it was, and he couldn't quite cope He was physically depleted, I think, Annabelle, as Russell was saying. I mean, he put so much into the week. He came in with 17 hours of tennis under his belt to Medvedev's 11. Well, this year they've had 15 hours each arriving at this stage. And they look like very different prospects right now. Djokovic in charge.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, David. And he himself said that he was overwhelmed by the occasion and the opportunity that match presented, and it was just too much for him. And I think going to the Olympics just before had just taken too much emotionally out of him. You know, people don't understand probably what it feels like to try to win one slam, let alone, you know, to be holding all three in that one calendar year, getting to the final here, and it was just like overwhelming pressure. And I think we saw all that emotion erupt out of him in the final, didn't we, when he started sort of bawling his eyes out one of the changes of ends, and the crowd were really sort of like trying to get behind him actually, which was quite unusual for him. But anyway, I think he feels very different going into this one.
Yeah, he looks very settled out there at the moment. Of course, he's won 2 Grand Slam titles already this year, the Australian Open and the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz denied him in a 5th set at Wimbledon as Medvedev hits his backhand into the net. If you are wondering, well, where's Carlos Alcaraz? How come they're not playing in the final, given that you lot have been spending the whole last 2 weeks hyping that match up, which we have.
Yeah, that's true.
Daniil Medvedev, as he said at the start of the tournament, he wanted to be the disruptor.
And
that's exactly what he was, and he beat Alcaraz.
That's absolutely right. The other thing Djokovic said, which I thought was interesting, because you don't hear him sort of speak in these terms, but he said whatever happens today, you know, he feels very contented and proud of what he's achieved this year.
Yeah, well, it has been an incredible year for him. He's got to all 4 Grand Slam finals at the age of 36. Here he is, hitting his backhand chip down the centre. It's a baseline rally between these two once again. That's where they're most comfortable, generally speaking, but as they've been saying, Russell and Annabelle and Jeff, Djokovic has been mixing that up because Medvedev's so good at it as well. Here he hits his backhand cross-court and misses, and Djokovic's movement, Jeff, wins that rally for him. What an extraordinary athlete he is. Have you ever seen a 36-year-old in better shape than this guy?
No, I haven't. And what's amazing is that slice again, Annabelle.
30 love.
He used that slice. I mean, he was totally off the court. He couldn't do anything but slice. But again, that's probably the 4th time that Medvedev has missed the slice backhand in the middle of a rally. And you would think that the number 3 seed would be impervious to something like that. But it's such a big change-up to his swing. And Medvedev has such a big swing that maybe he just... It's one of the ways that Novak can get back into the point, but it's also a way to disrupt Medvedev's brain.
Yeah, because he's using it not just defensively, as we just saw there. One has just gone wide as well from Medvedev as Djokovic was approaching the net. But he also uses it as an attacking slice to just change things up, give Medvedev a different look and a different feel to it. And actually, when you think of the careers of Federer and Nadal, both of them used the slice backhand regularly to such great effect, didn't they? They were never one-dimensional. They were, as Federer said in his own words, trying to constantly get in the minds of his opponents.
Serve and volley again from Djokovic, trying to shorten the points here, and he can't handle it, Medvedev. He just cannot deal with this mixture of attack from Novak Djokovic, who, after a lengthy service game from Medvedev, he holds in about 1.5 minutes to love.
It may well be the defining tactic and the difference in the two of them in this match today.
So do you think that Novak learned that from how Alcaraz was implementing it the round before and saw, because he said he was going to go back and watch the match with his feet up, and Alcaraz overused it, but Novak is not overusing it. He's using it at certain times when he's losing his breath. Very smart tactic. Or do you think that's something that Goran has told him weeks ago? Hey, we're going to start working on it. This is what you're going to have to do to win the final, whether you're playing Alcaraz or Medvedev.
Well, he's certainly got a lot of experience of his own against Medvedev, has Djokovic. He's won 9 matches against him, 5 defeats, and he'll have known how much success Alcaraz has had against Medvedev in their other 2 previous meetings with that tactic. So I think that's a very good point, Jeff. Forehand down the centre by Medvedev. They're into a baseline rally again, but here comes Djokovic attacking, and he half volleys this one over the baseline now.
But it was actually the right move, wasn't it? The way he was coming forward. Yeah, I think it was worth him coming forward, even though he didn't make that shot. And actually, I think also when you think of Federer in the latter part of his career, how he introduced Stefan Edberg to kind of help force him to come forward, finish the points early, because, you know, we keep saying he's so fit at 36, but he doesn't want to be playing 36-stroke rallies regularly. You just can't keep that up, can you? So I think Goran has definitely had some sort of impact in introducing him. that tactic for shorter points, and you can imagine the hours that he's put into that type of play to be able to introduce it the way he has already in this match.
So 30 love here for Medvedev as he's just trying to get a foothold here in this second set. Having dropped the first set 6-3, Djokovic with a brilliant return. Now he's attacking again, backhand on the line from him. Lob lifted by Medvedev. Djokovic will smash and put it away. What a point that was. He is on it tonight.
30-15.
Is Novak Djokovic.
His reactions are high, his quick twitch is great. He's really sensing the court well, and he's sensing what kind of shot Medvedev's going to give him back, and he's anticipating it so early that it's making him just look so much more imbalanced than he really is.
Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft here with Russell Fuller and myself, David Law, here on 5 Live, the US Open men's singles final. With Coco Gauff having won the women's title yesterday, aged 19. Here's Novak Djokovic, aged 36, trying to win his 24th Grand Slam singles title. Hits his backhand cross court. He's got 30-15 against him here on the Medvedev serve. Medvedev slapping his forehand cross court with all arms and legs going everywhere. Very strange looking follow through he has, and he tries for an inside out backhand slice. That doesn't work very well. Into the tram lines, 30 all, big point coming.
Go ahead, Matt.
30 all.
Go ahead.
Slice that was. I know we keep going on about it, but it really was so effective, because from these buttery, smooth ground strokes that Djokovic has been playing from the back of the court, to throw in, it's like a spear, and it lands short but kind of low through the air trajectory, and then suddenly Medvedev's got to hunch up those shoulders and try and slice it back. He couldn't control the racket face. It is being so effective, that slice in this match.
I knew you would say that so much more lovely than I could say it. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Very good visual, I think, Annabelle. And actually, you were talking about Federer and Nadal using that backhand slice, and moreover, I think the 3 players, and particularly Djokovic, have worked so hard on their games to add more. He used to be the best retriever in the world, with all the elasticity in his body, and the backhand long from Medvedev, and he's back to juice on his serve, 1 game all, but Djokovic can do it all now.
But he's now starting to disrupt it, isn't it?
Yeah, again, he uses the slice to change the pace, then he ripped the next backhand twice as hard as the slice, and Medvedev scooped it. The ball went long.
Yeah, he's starting to eke into his confidence on the smoothness of his own ground strokes. So
and there was a period in Goran's career when he started slicing his backhand a lot. There was a period in Roddick's career when he started slicing his backhand a lot.
Roddick, who was at the coin flip at the start of this match, the winner here 20 years ago, the last men's American champion. 1 game all here. Medvedev just serving his way out of trouble a little, and he was doing that to great effect in his match against Alcaraz a couple of nights ago, and he's improved his first save percentage dramatically as this match has gone on. And another big serve out wide, Russell, and goodness me, does Daniil Medvedev need his serve working at the moment, because when it gets into rallies, Novak Djokovic is in charge of most of them.
It doesn't look at all promising for Daniil Medvedev at the moment. He's just not playing nearly as well as he did against Carlos Alcaraz, and I know a big part of that is the contribution that Novak Djokovic has played to this match. But still only the first set, isn't it? And we're still just about on serve in the second set as well. So let's hope that there is plenty of life left in this match here at the US Open on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. On Sports Extra at the moment, also on BBC Sounds, it's our NFL commentary. First of the season, Green Bay Packers against the Chicago Bears, opening week of the NFL. And if you missed the rugby news from earlier, South Africa beat Scotland 18-3. And I think while we were describing the first set of this final, we've missed an absolute classic in the Rugby World Cup. Wales beating Fiji by 32 points to 26. And there'll be reaction to both of those matches in the Rugby Union Daily, which will be out in the early hours of the morning. Jeff, NFL season.
Here we go,
Who you
baby.
got?
I don't have the Rams. They're going to come in last so they can get Williams in the draft. They're going to come in absolutely last. But you mean, who do I got to win the whole thing?
Yeah.
I think the San Francisco 49ers are going to win it this year.
Well, I'm very biased, Russell, because I'm a supporter of the Seattle Seahawks, who are playing the LA Rams right now and have a 13-7 lead. So I'm all right with it. And by the way, I had the chance to listen to the closing stages of that Wales-Fiji match on 5 Live. It was electric. Absolutely couldn't stop listening to that, and it really does whet the appetite for the rest of the World Cup.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant opening weekend, hasn't it? I was listening to some of the South Africa-Scotland match earlier and talking to Sonia McLaughlin at half-time, and the noise at half-time was incredible. What a start. The perfect weather in France and in much of Northern Europe and the UK over the last few days certainly helps, and we have every single game for you live throughout the tournament for 7 weeks on either 5 Live, Sports Extra or the BBC Sport website and app.
So 2-1 for Daniil Medvedev in this second set, but it does feel as though he's just about keeping his head above water, because Djokovic is in charge of this match, and having watched their final from 2 years ago last night, a few things are dramatically different. First of all, I don't think Medvedev is playing anywhere near as aggressively as he did that night. He was just dominant with his ground strokes and his serve. Djokovic looked depleted. He looked as though he was hanging on really physically after all the exertions of his summer. And as he serves down the centre and misses, the other thing that really struck me, Jeff, he's a lot heavier now. He has been in the gym. He has been put on some weight. He was very slight even just 2 years ago when he was 34. He fills that shirt now. His arms are much more muscular. It must have been a conscious decision, I think, to put on some extra muscle mass. I don't know what effect that would have on his tennis as such, because it's not like bodybuilding, is it, as a sport? But I mean, he definitely is a different physique now.
Yeah, I think what it does is it makes his serve probably 7% more effective, and it helps the torque on his backhand. When his shirt was off there after the first set, you could really see the definition in his body, and it's a lot of torso going on there, and it's a thicker torso.
Yeah.
So I think that really eases the back as you get older. Obviously, we can start getting those stiff back, and that probably prevents that from happening. His legs still look the same, but his calves look a little bit bigger. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I think that's right, because there was a time when you just thought, gosh, there was nothing of him at all. He looked sort of paper thin, didn't he?
Extraordinary rally developing again, with Medvedev hitting huge shots at Djokovic. Djokovic just soaking them up here. He goes cross-court with his forehand. He's 15 love ahead. 2-1 down in the second set, leading by a set to love. Djokovic hits his backhand deep cross-court. Already had one 36-stroke rally. What about this one? Here's a backhand cross-court again. It's like watching PlayStation tennis, this, or ping pong. Here's a backhand chip down the centre, drop shot by Medvedev. In comes Djokovic with a drop shot. In comes Medvedev with another one. Lob volley by Djokovic. And a top-edge backhand out of court by Medvedev. And Djokovic has his way.
Again, the slice backhand, setting up that ball. Medvedev didn't want to miss it, so he hit a drop shot instead of trying to drive it. And number one rule, Dave, you know this one, don't play cat and mouse unless you're the cat. And Djokovic got up there so quick for that drop shot that he made it look silly.
David and I call it Tom and Jerry tennis.
Okay, all right.
We do. That goes way back, Annabelle, when you first brought that up. And no, it's a very good analogy. Here is Djokovic at 30 love, 1-2 down in the second set of this men's singles final.
So, Dave, I've been waiting all this time for you to settle down, but at the end of that first set, you speak the language. What was Goran yelling at Novak?
I don't think I'd be allowed to repeat it in English.
Okay.
But I mean, they do have quite a fraught relationship when they're on the court, and they both admit that as the forehand smashes into the net by Medvedev, and Djokovic leads 40-love. I mean, it can get tense out there between Goran and Novak.
I don't think Goran will talk for another 3 months now. That's pretty much it for him. It seemed like a volcano of conversation.
I was surprised, though, because I hadn't really seen that. It's normally the other way round, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, it's often Djokovic, but I mean, Goran sticks up for himself sometimes, and he slides into the board as Medvedev, and he can't get to it, and that's a hold of serve for 2 games all. And after the Australian Open final, I mean, that was as tense as I've seen. I mean, they were basically staring one another out. Goran and his biggest supporter in Goran Ivanisevic and Novak Djokovic. But afterwards, they just said, listen, this is what he needs to do. He needs to vent. He needs to be able to let it out, Djokovic. And Goran's, he's done enough of that in his career. He understands exactly what it's like.
Yeah, and actually there was quite funny moments in the speech afterwards, wasn't there, when they were acknowledging, or Djokovic was acknowledging, sorry about how I've been behind the scenes.
Yeah, he says, I'm difficult to work with during Grand Slams because the tension is heightened, but he gets the job done, doesn't he? Here he is, running down another cross-court forehand from Medvedev, which misses. This is pressure now for Medvedev.
Again, I can't harp enough on it. Djokovic hits the slice backhand to the Medvedev forehand, then he rips it to his forehand. Medvedev's not ready for the change of pace, and he draws the air. I bet he does it 2 more times in this game to try to get the break.
Yeah, he senses it, doesn't he? You can see from the body language, the eagerness.
Here's Djokovic moving to his left, incredible retrieval skills. His legs doing the splits nearly as he moves to his left and slides into the backhand. And Medvedev's missing again, and this 23,000 crowd are a little bit worried, I think, for the value of their ticket and how competitive this is going to be, because they want to see a classic, and it has the potential to be one, but with 6-3 and 2-all for Djokovic and love 30 on the Medvedev serve, Medvedev's going to have to get this serve going. Sharpish. And what do you know? There he does. Swings it out wide onto the sideline.
15.
Okay, so there was more expletives than there were actually telling him what to do, because I'm just curious. I'm sorry, I'm curious like that.
I think that there was a healthy mix of both.
Okay, all right.
But I mean, he doesn't say that much, Goran. He gets his message across. Here's a forehand cross-court by Medvedev, 15-30 down. Then down the line with the forehand. Long goes Djokovic. That's the sort of deep hitting that Medvedev was able to do a couple of nights ago against Alcaraz and really handcuff him at the back of the court. Alcaraz had his moments. He made a comeback in the third set, but by then Medvedev was already 2 sets to love up, and he found the shots when he needed them. An ace to move to 40-30 from love 30 down, and you can hear the crowd now taking on the underdog's position a little bit more.
Yes, you can, David, and I think, as you say, they want to see a classic out here, but interesting to see how many times he's resorting to that serve out wide.
Game Medvedev.
2 aces in a row, and Medvedev's so quick between the points.
And Novak is right down the other end to where his support camp are, and he's just spent the entire walk from quite far back in the court staring down his team, almost as if to say, you told me those kind of serves were going to go out to my backhand. He's just served it down to the forehand for an ace, and it's your fault.
Maybe it's Matthew McConaughey he's staring at, who apparently the actor is in his box as well, and my word, and he's just being shown on the big screen here. He gives a little salute to the 23,000 people inside this stadium. But I mean, this is the place to be, isn't it? We have Eden Hazard,
Martha Stewart,
former footballer, in attendance. Vera Wang, Jake Paul.
There's your favorite, Emmanuel.
We have Christy Brinkley being shown on the screen at the moment. I was particularly amused to see Virginia Wade sitting 1 seat behind Justin Timberlake.
Molly Ringwald
doesn't
pretty
feel
pink.
like
she's wearing pink.
Yes, indeed.
I remember her.
An
I remember the film.
An 80s star that Jeff and Annabelle remember. Leonardo DiCaprio's here, Charlize Theron, and yeah, it's quite the lineup, and lots of tennis champions as well. Martina Navratilova, Monica Seles, and it's really the place to be. Yesterday at the women's final, when Coco Gauff won the title, Maria Sharapova was in attendance, and frankly I haven't seen her at a tennis tournament in a long time. But yeah, everybody wants to be here to see the crowning of the men's singles champion. Will it be a second Grand Slam title for Daniil Medvedev? Will it be a 24th for Novak Djokovic? I mean, Annabelle, I say that as though it's normal. But I mean, you know, you go through the decades of this sport and think of when Pete Sampras had 14 and retired, and well. We thought that was a record that would stand for forever. Decades.
Yeah.
And well, 9 years later, Roger Federer broke it. He got to 20. And along comes Rafael Nadal to overtake him, and now Novak Djokovic is overtaking him.
It's just astounding, isn't it? And we're already looking at Alcaraz, who's still so young. What is he, 19, 20?
20 years old with 2 Grand Slams
already. So you've got to think that he's going to be nipping at the records at some point, possibly. I mean, we shouldn't put too much pressure on him, but it's a possibility.
Chipped return is long by Medvedev, and even as far back as he was standing there, Jeff, he just can't deal with the precision of the serve of Novak Djokovic, whose serve has improved massively, hasn't it, since Goran came on the scene?
It sure has. I'm thinking that front foot looks a little different. The toss is a little bit more in front. And he's not bouncing it 22 times. He's only bouncing like 7 or 8 times.
That's quite a telltale, isn't it, I think, about how confident and comfortable he's feeling out there at the moment. He hasn't got the yips on the serve. He's not needing to bounce it 20-odd times. Hits his backhand chip down the centre. Medvedev's attacking with his forehand. He's standing right inside the baseline now, is Medvedev, trying to go toe-to-toe. Djokovic chips and charges. He gets a little bit of luck off the top of the net, and he takes advantage of it, swatting a backhand right into the postage stamp between sideline and baseline.
Well, how quickly did he react to that?
I was going to say, that's an exhibition in little feet and how quick your feet can move when you get readjusted. Look, he's just backing up, just moving his feet, getting perfect position. It's almost ballerina-esque, isn't it, how he uses those tiptoes?
Yeah, definitely. So light on his feet and so agile. You know, you feel like he could spin and turn and so quick, agile.
Djokovic stepping in with a forehand on the line. Now he has a forehand volley to just touch away cross-court at an acute angle for 41.
Definitely, if you're comparing the two players, it is absolutely brilliant. The ball striking has been at the back of the court, and it really is a very high quality, you know, the ball striking that we've seen. But there's many more layers and options to Novak Djokovic's game with what we've seen out here, and that's why he's ahead in the scoreline. He's able to win the points in different ways.
Yeah.
You know, there's lovely little short volleys that we're seeing now, the slice backhands, the serve and volley.
Wow. Great serve out wide there, like David's saying, that precision just seems to be there today. And I think you're right, David. That I mean, everybody knows it. That's the difference between 2 years ago. He just didn't have that mental edge where he could focus that hard and hit the can in the corner here and hit the can in the corner there. He was just like forcing it. It was all. He should never have gone to the Olympics.
That's an interesting one, because he lost out in the semi-finals, I think, didn't he? And then he lost the bronze medal match as well.
He was burnt.
Yeah, he was totally burnt out after that, I agree with you. Here's Medvedev hitting his forehand cross-court. Huge forehand on the line by Djokovic. It's 3 games all here in the second set, with Djokovic having taken the first 6-3, the men's singles final at the US Open. Backhand on the centre by Daniil Medvedev, who now hits his forehand. It's an extravagant, elaborate follow-through with arms and legs going everywhere. Drop shot, Djokovic. It's absolutely unplayable.
That was like a magic wand, that was, because he shaped up for it. You thought he was going to hit backhand down the line, and then just suddenly at the last minute, just changes up things. The take-back was identical to a backhand down the line, and then he just like altered the swing path and came right underneath it for perfection.
Yeah,
I mean, you could hear
Medvedev
the
had no clue that was coming.
And even the crowd, there was a sort of a gasp, wasn't there, as you know, the appreciation of what he just played.
Yeah, I think over the years they've come to appreciate Djokovic all the more as Medvedev steps in and hits the forehand down the line for 15-all.
Well, Medvedev has almost twice as, well, more than twice as many unforced errors right now, and that's what I was hyping up before the match, is that Medvedev just hasn't made any errors this whole tournament, and I think that slice backhand of Novak's has contributed to 12 of those errors.
He goes cross-court over the forehand, Medvedev, and he's starting to really fire these ground strokes and serves now.
He's firing the crowd up as well.
30-15.
Getting ignited.
It's been a great tournament for stories. We haven't had many classic matches. Yesterday was a really good final between Coco Gauff and Aryna Sabalenka, with Gauff coming back from a set down to win her first Grand Slam title. But the crowd here would love to see a real toe-to-toe classic, and it's starting to improve this for their sake, because
40-15.
Djokovic has miscued cross-court with a forehand. Medvedev at 40-15.
Yeah, it was the forehand that started to go a little off against Ben Shelton, wasn't it, in the semi-final? He was 2 sets to love up and a break, and then it kind of went a little strange where he kept pulling some of those forehands cross-court, so he certainly won't want to lose his focus and concentration on that shot in this final.
Here's Medvedev on his baseline, but unable to deal with the depth of shot that Djokovic has just put onto his baseline.
40-30.
This set has a tiebreaker written all over it.
Yeah,
I just
get that
feel
feeling
like that's
too.
just mentally both players have to have it decided right here and now in a tiebreaker.
Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live. Underneath the roof, which is on after the rainstorms we've had. Sounds like one might be going on at the moment as well, as Medvedev hits the net with a backhand and 40-15 has become juice. This is a tense moment for him.
Dude.
I'm just Mr. Jinx today. I mean, Annabelle's prediction, she's just predicting everything. She
usually does, Jeff.
Everything I'm
so.
predicting, it just jinxes and goes the other way. It's crazy.
Here's Medvedev at juice, needs that first serve, finds it, hits his forehand down the line. Djokovic reaches it, chips his backhand cross court, finds the court. He hits the court with everything, it seems, Djokovic. Now he hits his backhand, he's off the back foot. Deep, he gets that one too. Now he steps in on the forehand as Djokovic, trying to set up break point here. And a cross-court forehand from him. Now down the line, he's got Medvedev on a run. Backhand cross-court from Medvedev. Here's a chip down the centre from Djokovic. Thought he was going to come in, he didn't. And it's long by Medvedev. And this is break point Djokovic.
Okay, Annabelle, you can say it.
I've said it too many times.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it again.
You say it. That slice backhand again, very effective and really confusing Medvedev. He just wants to bash the ball every time. You saw when he was playing Rublev, who just hits the massive ball every single time. He loved it. He ate it up.
Well, to swing through from a normal ground stroke to go to a slice, it's a totally different swing path.
Here's a forehand drive volley by Medvedev in the nick of time.
Novak was a little off balance there on that return.
Yes.
Couldn't quite get forward. I think it's a little strange that Novak wasn't leaning to that outside wide serve of Medvedev's. He hit it so many times against Alcaraz in the semis.
I call it the forehand drive volley. Our late friend Nick Bollettieri, the great tennis coach, would have called it a swing volley. And we used to have him with us on our 5 Live coverage. Sadly passed away late last year. Here's a backhand cross court from Djokovic, who's at juice now. 3 games all. Forehand down the line by Medvedev, who hits his backhand on the centre. This is a big point right here. Backhand on the line from Medvedev, spreading the play. Then a forehand on the line. He's trying to get Djokovic on the run here, but Djokovic is equal to it. He steps in and smacks the backhand, but into the net and nearly falls over Djokovic. What's happened there? He's dropped the racket, and he's looking at his hand, and he looks in a little bit of discomfort as he loses the point.
Well, I think he landed on his racket, and that hurt his hand because of the force of his body. How
Medvedev.
bizarre was that? He sort of fell into it.
Don't know what happened there. Djokovic really did. His body just gave way as he hit that backhand.
That was strange. I mean,
Anyway.
did the body like spasm or cramp
Thank you.
somewhere?
Players are ready.
That's bizarre. Because actually his racket didn't go down. I thought he'd protected himself with the racket, but he didn't. He dropped the racket. He's totally lost his balance.
Perhaps he didn't connect quite right and got a vibration down the frame of the racket into his arms. Who knows? It's advantage Medvedev here. Crowd trying to get behind him as he hits another forehand into the net.
Well, that was an apology from Djokovic after that one, so I'm not sure why he was apologising.
Me
because
neither.
there's nothing to apologise about unless he feels he didn't connect with it. I don't know.
Did that hit? I don't think it hit the net where he would be sorry for like a net cord.
Tension is mounting in this game.
Certainly does show good sportsmanship in these situations, does Djokovic. Often applauds opponents' good shots as well. Here's a 30-all juice point, huge point. Set to love Djokovic, who hits his big backhand on the line. Now he's got a forehand that he hits cross-court. Medvedev is having to do all the scrapping, all the scurrying. He's trying to stay in the rally here. Hits his deep forehand. Djokovic takes it on the rise. He refusing to be backed up here, Djokovic, at the far end in his blue shirt. Hits his big forehand on the line. Medvedev's scampering still. He hits his backhand on the line, trying to turn the tables here, off the top of the net. Djokovic hits his forehand cross-court. Now a backhand cross-court, trying to set up break point here at 3-all in the second set. Backhand down the line now by Medvedev, better from him. Now he hits his forehand cross-court. He's got Djokovic on the move now. Forehand on the line from Medvedev. He's turned this rally around, but still comes back from Djokovic onto the baseline. Neutral again they are in the rally. Backhand chip cross-court and netted by Djokovic, who literally falls over like a tree that has been felled. and he is on his back inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Rod Laver Arena. I'm just 4 months early. But that was extraordinary. I mean, what a rally, first of all. Medvedev asking for more from the crowd. 31 strokes, Russell Fuller tells me. And Novak Djokovic was literally knocked to the ground by the exertions.
There was nothing left in the tank for any more tennis in that rally, and he'd even stopped, hadn't he, towards the back end of it.
I've never seen anything like it. The number one player in the world, completely exhausted beyond the wall.
Yeah.
Serve down the centre, Medvedev. He has game point for a 4-3 lead here in this second set. Trailing by a set to love. Big backhand on the line. Maybe Djokovic is going to try and shorten the points again here. He goes really acute angle. This is imaginative play from Djokovic, and then a perfect backhand cross court onto the baseline. And Djokovic isn't prepared to hang around in rallies.
Oh, he is heaving, isn't he? Sucking in the air. Oh my goodness, I've never seen him.
It looks like he's limping, but he's not limping. He's just trying to stay upright. Like, you know, like in the middle of the night when you're going to get that glass of water, and you're just walking around like, whoa.
I mean, he is really quite physically spent at the moment. This is such a tussle psychologically because he desperately needs to get this set.
This would be a huge hold of serve for Medvedev if he could get it right now.
And if he doesn't,
I mean, that could be the match. Djokovic at 3-all here. Deuce, huge return from him. The Medvedev just about digs out. Backhand cross court from him. Down the line goes Djokovic. He's going for winners almost all the time now. He's missed that one, and he's stumbling around at the far end of the court as though his legs are really betraying him.
Yeah, it almost seems like he really is sort of got is it low blood sugar, where you've kind of gone a bit dizzy on the court because of what he's used up energy-wise. But he was definitely having to go for the outright winner there. I don't think there's much left in the tank.
What a hold from Daniil Medvedev.
Please.
Ace out wide.
Medvedev leads 4-3. Second set, first set.
Shakes the racket. The crowd responds, and Daniil Medvedev is interested still in this second set. Russell Fuller leading by 4-3. What's going on with Novak Djokovic, though?
Simmering beautifully. We have seen this from Djokovic before, haven't we? He is somebody who likes to let the crowd know that he is struggling physically, and I think he enjoyed those few seconds lying on the ground, and I think he also thought it would bring a smile to the crowd's face. There was a bit of showmanship, but fundamentally he wanted to have a little bit of a breather, didn't he? But we've seen him come back from this sort of situation so many times before. Do you think there's anything more wrong than just a bit of short-term fatigue?
Well, I think it probably is short-term fatigue. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the amount of times I've watched him and thought, oh my goodness, there literally isn't anything left for him, and he's just not right physically, and he's not going to be able to get through this match, and then he'll find another gear and he'll be absolutely fine. But there's no question that Medvedev is having an impact and is hurting him right now. I mean, his lungs, he's breathing so high up in his chest, and he's just sucking in the air. And the fact that he went for that monstrous backhand up the line very early in the rally just to try and hit a quick, clean winner, which he didn't make, but that just showed you he did not have anything in the tank to go for another lung-busting rally. And it is actually a critical stage of the match for him, I think. It's like he's walking through the eye of a needle, or whatever the term is.
The eye of a storm?
Yeah, thank you, Russell. I knew it didn't sound quite right. But yeah, he definitely is on a tightrope right now, Novak Djokovic, because Medvedev is making progress.
And Djokovic, somewhere in the inner recesses of his mind, might be reminding himself that he was set up on Carlos Alcaraz in the Wimbledon final. He was in control of the second set tiebreak. He had the set point. He looked like he was going to lead by 2-0, and they were back at 1-all, and the rest is history. Alfie Hewitt has made a bit of history today, along with Gordon Reid. First ever British players to contest a Grand Slam singles final in the Open era. It came in the wheelchair singles final. Hewitt won 6-4, 6-3 for a fourth US Open singles title, an eighth Grand Slam singles title, and we will hear from him at the end of the second set. This is now really getting very, very tasty indeed. It's what we were expecting. It's what we were demanding. First set, Novak Djokovic very much on top. 4-3 Medvedev, second set on serve. Annabelle Croft, Jeff Tarango and David Law will continue your bedtime story.
Here comes Novak Djokovic serving and volleying to win the opening point of the 8th game of this second set, and he does so with a forehand volley.
15-love.
Noticeably shortening as many points as he can right now.
Definitely.
When you think about how much we talk about Novak's fitness, you just wouldn't expect that Medvedev would be able to grind him down so early. We've been saying Novak's fresh. We've been saying Novak's in much better position than he was before. I don't know where this is coming from. Is it nerves or is it just pure exhaustion?
Nets another forehand, and that was a weary looking one as well. I mean, I think Annabelle's right, Russell's right. We can go back decades for examples where Novak Djokovic has looked out physically and found ways to come back, and some people don't like that he's very demonstrative about how he's feeling. I personally don't have a problem with, if you don't feel good, it's not a problem for me that you show it. A lot of the opponents feel as though he's trying to lull them into a sense that he can't play anymore, and he's trying to put them off. But
I think also the quality of this match so far, many sort of 30-plus strokes. I mean, this is lung busting. It's taking it out of both of them. An hour and 36 minutes already.
I think he is really struggling at the moment. I expect him to regroup. He has always been able to do that pretty much, but not against the guy he's up against 2 years ago. He couldn't find the resources then. Here he hits his forehand cross court. Medvedev hits the net with his forehand, and Djokovic takes a 30-15 lead.
It's important that Djokovic get a couple free points in this game. Now we got to look for him to pop a big serve if he can lung it. I mean, if he can't stretch up, if his legs are actually cramping, it's going to get difficult. But I feel like he's in recovery mode.
Yes. Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live, watching the US Open men's singles final. Novak Djokovic leading 6-3, but 3-4 down second set. This best of 5 set match. Off the top of the net goes Medvedev. It comes back his own side.
That was a rare free point right there, wasn't it?
2 in a row.
Yeah.
Two unforced errors in a row, and it's like Christmas out there for Novak. Goran looking very tan.
Yes, he actually was the training partner for Djokovic ahead of the match against Ben Shelton, because Shelton's a left-hander. Goran's obviously one of the great left-handed servers, and so he spent an hour or so out with Djokovic, putting him through his paces in the heat and humidity of the day, and Goran needed to sit down for about 30 minutes with his head down after that. He felt really unwell.
I'm sure he did.
I mean, he's in his 40s now. It's quite a big ask.
Yeah,
well, I think he might be 50 actually. There's a forehand cross court by
40-30.
Medvedev, not required because Djokovic double faults.
Yeah, when you said that he was going to warm him up, I did think, gosh, has he got the lung capacity to do that? Because
it's so hot.
Yeah. But also the intensity that up against a player like Novak, who's striking the ball the way he does. Goran can't be doing that too often these days.
I mean, he can hit well against Barami, but I'm not sure about Novak.
Yes, Champions Tour maybe, but yes, Goran now is approaching 52 actually, and he still looks in fantastic shape. Bit grey these days, but, well, aren't we all? Here's a backhand on the line by Djokovic at 40-30. He's trailing 3-4 in the second set. Hits his backhand cross court, trying to level up 4 games all. Forehand cross court from him. It's just in front of us down this near end as Medvedev steps in now, smacks his backhand cross court, but Djokovic reads it so well. Now he's running to his forehand cross court. Another lung-busting rally for Djokovic to have to play here. Medvedev's getting the type of rally he wants now. Forehand down the centre from him. Drop shot Djokovic. Here comes Medvedev. Forehand on the line. And Djokovic rooted to the spot. His feet don't move, and at the moment he's having to resort to drop shots because he can't keep up with Medvedev running side to side.
That's absolutely right. I mean, he wanted to bail out of that rally, and he was hoping. I mean, the drop shot wasn't too bad, but Medvedev too quick, got up to it, underneath it, rolled the racket face, and he just could not move for that next ball. And he's grimacing after that one.
He is really feeling it right now. It's difficult to know whether that's just fatigue or whether it's a muscle injury of some description.
I think he's hitting the point in the rally where he's not really exhaling as well as he normally is. I don't hear him grunting that much. He's just not getting the oxygen. And after a while, he's just
legs are giving way,
depleted.
Yeah.
He's starting to stumble.
He's just stumbled on a first serve. This is Novak Djokovic serving 3-4 down, second set, deuce. And Daniil Medvedev could have himself a break point in a minute.
Yeah, and he's just stared down at his camp, who are right down the other end, in between that first and second serve, because he's thinking he's not physically right.
That's a terrible error.
Oh
from
my
Medvedev.
goodness!
He's just walloped a forehand cross court and out to the court. One of the most consistent players in the world, Medvedev, and he's put in 3 unforced errors in this game.
Yeah, 25 unforced errors at this point in the match, and Novak. I think Novak, if he wins this game, or loses this game, he should call the trainer. I mean, he's you could tell he's physically unwell.
It looks like he needs a good steak and a baked potato right now.
The old ways of refueling. Well, for a long time he was vegan, was Novak Djokovic. He's still gluten-free. Apparently he has introduced some fish into his diet.
He said he was going to have popcorn the other night. Is that gluten-free?
I'm sure they do a version of it, Jeff.
Okay.
I believe those products are out there these days. There's a double fault Djokovic. Juice, this is such a big... Honestly, he is stumbling around as though he's in a trance.
Yeah, he is.
So why not just call the trainer right now?
Well, it's a horrible feeling, isn't it, when your legs go a bit wobbly and you literally cannot find the energy to get through the legs, and energy and his movement is so much a big part of what he brings to any tennis court.
Annabelle, is it within the rules to call the trainer because you're just dizzy?
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm feeling dizzy, but I think it's lightheadedness.
Check my heart rate. They get the blood pressure thing out.
Yeah,
the stethoscope.
I mean, it would be worth it. I think he's
Juice.
got low blood sugar at the moment.
3-4, Djokovic serving a volley again to keep it short, but he misses the shot long.
It's a little apple juice or something.
Not sure.
I'm not sure that would do it.
I mean, he was staring over at his team as if they might be at fault for the supplements that they've given him that might not be sufficient. He's certainly given them a hard time in the past over that sort of thing.
I think it's that same thing about you can't plan for what emotion is going to take out of you physically.
Here's Djokovic with a huge point to play. Juice point, 3-4 down. He's attacking down the backhand, and Medvedev nets again. He's letting him off the hook here, Medvedev.
That's smart, wasn't it?
Yeah, very smart, and it was a good approach too. But when you played, I went down to Florida, worked so hard on my fitness. I would say to myself, if I'm this tired, how does my opponent feel? And it kind of looks like Medvedev is hiding it better.
Yeah, maybe.
Does that make any sense?
Yep, it does. But I think the emotion of Djokovic and what he's trying to do here once again is draining him a bit more than Medvedev.
I think also this is his way of dealing with not feeling very well. He doesn't try and hide it. Whereas some players, certainly Federer, used to just not want an opponent to know. I think Djokovic needs to let people know. He needs to let it out and deal with it in order to feel better. He serves that one onto the backhand. He's at advantage. This to level up at 4 games all. In the second set, Djokovic ahead by a set to love, but this is a testing period with Medvedev extending every rally now. Hits his backhand on the line. Forehand cross court by Djokovic. How much has he got in those legs at the moment? He nets. He stumbles. It's juice again.
And Medvedev immediately gets into the ready position as if I'm ready, you're not.
That's right.
He's showing that physicality that you're in trouble, I'm not, but he's still breathing heavy, Medvedev, and pacing around like he could be about to feel some hardship as well, but he's just good. You could tell in his mentality and his eyes that he's just not going to give way.
No, Medvedev's thing is to go as quickly between points as he possibly can. Just give me the balls, let me serve. Here I am ready. Are you ready? Djokovic serves his volleys.
Oh no.
He gets a let, and his arms are out wide here. Djokovic appealing to the umpire. Listen to this.
I agree with him.
Yeah, that looked like it went over a foot over the net.
It did. And it was a great serve, and he was about to hit a volley for a winner,
This is an
probably.
electronic device on the net that has beeped for the umpire. I mean, we are right at the top of this stadium. Are you absolutely sure we can see from up here?
It looked like it cleared by... I exaggerated a foot. It's 6 inches to me.
The trajectory over the net looked very high.
Yeah, it was almost a kick out wide.
Okay.
I'm amazed that was called a let. That did
3-4.
not skim the net the way a serve can.
Juice serves out wide again. Does Djokovic? Forehand on the line from him. Medvedev reaches it with the backhand cross court. He's way beyond the baseline. So Djokovic drop shots. In comes Medvedev. Lob from Medvedev is smashed by Medvedev. By Djokovic it was initially, but he's out on his feet right now is Djokovic, and this is break point Medvedev.
And Annabelle, was it you that said that at this point in the tournament you'd love to see the ball kids out there bringing the towels to the players?
No,
is this one of those?
Me.
Okay, maybe it was Kim
Clijsters, yeah. Which she's the only person I know who thinks that. Old school.
She said the court's so big that at some point in the match.
I think they like that time to walk over there to get the towel because it's just a bit of a breather, isn't it?
There is also a hygiene element of ball kids running out with sweaty towels to give to players. I think it's a good development personally that there's a box at the back of the court for the player to look after their own towel. In comes Djokovic with a serve and volley. Oh, what an extraordinary half volley by Djokovic, and now he's waving to this crowd. That'll energise him.
He's saying, give it to me, give me some more. Oh, no, that half volley deserved it. I mean, that was an outrageous half volley.
If any shot in this final is going to win the title for Novak Djokovic, it might be that one.
Yeah.
Serving a volley out wide, perfect return, break point down. He flicked a little half volley, stop, drop shot for a clean winner. And that saved break point, and Djokovic responded in a way we haven't seen all match. And the crowd were suddenly all with him. Is that going to give him the jolt of energy he needs to get over the line in this game?
I mean, it's
3-4 down.
Watching a marathon runner, isn't it, who's kind of getting up to, I don't know, mile 17, 18 and has hit a bit of a wall, and they just need to just kind of get through this definitely tough period in the race to try and get through, energise again.
Medvedev with a forehand down the centre. He just wants to extend every rally, extend every game, make it physical, make it unpleasant. He's on the run though. Djokovic is piling on the pressure, and now coming in, playing a backhand drop volley again. Medvedev can't reach it.
What a shot. I mean, you don't talk about Novak having such good volleys, but tonight he has really shined with the volleys in the net game.
I'm pleased for him that he's getting the appreciation for some of the tennis that we're seeing here, because this is exquisite, sort of unbelievable level.
Yeah, he's playing Plan B tennis right now, and it is off the charts.
And even Medvedev having to acknowledge what an outstanding volley that was.
Thank you. Players are ready.
And yet he still lines up 10, 12 feet behind the baseline for this next return, Annabelle.
Game point
should be
for Novak Djokovic to level up at 4 games all. Serves out wide onto the backhand. Backhand cross court by Djokovic. Forehand volley from him. Medvedev reaches it for nets. Djokovic holds for 4-all. Listen to this. Djokovic punches the air.
Well, I'm not surprised he's energised after that, because the way he's strung together some of the most extraordinary volleys, pickups, half volleys. I mean, an unbelievable game. That might be just the most important game of this match. And a stat came up on our screens there. 16 out of 18 net points won by Novak Djokovic. That is unbelievable.
That's a great statistic for someone you don't talk about being a great net player. And, you know, he's going to need it. If he's feeling like he's feeling, he's going to need that net play.
Yeah.
Looking at his eyes on return right now, I think those eyes have cleared. Here's Djokovic with a forehand on the line at 4 games all. Backhand chip cross court. He looks a little fresher to me right now.
Yeah.
Backhand on the line from Djokovic. He's standing up tall to Medvedev, who's thrown everything he's got so far. What can he do now? Off the top of the net, Djokovic. In comes Medvedev. Hits a forehand volley. He's lobbed by Djokovic. He's just wide.
I just don't think Novak can afford these long rallies much longer. He's got to find a way to shorten the points.
15 love.
Well, he played a beautiful point
Medvedev,
there.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Well, he kind of drew Medvedev in then, and that was the perfect shot, wasn't it? Just didn't quite execute on the lob.
Oh, it was a perfect lob until it went out.
Medvedev hits the big body serve. 4-15 love point at 4-all in the second set. Djokovic head by a set to love. Back and chip down the centre by the great world number 2, who'll become world number 1 tomorrow as he hits his backhand down the line, hits the baseline. Djokovic, then a forehand on the line. They're all coming back from Medvedev though. He's like a wall at the far end, and Djokovic nets, and Medvedev's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, because Djokovic is playing so well, but Medvedev is refusing to go away.
Yeah, and Djokovic having a conversation with his team, and Goran is signalling. They're all signalling actually, all 3 of them up there. Something about the backhand and hitting through the shot and moving forward.
Goran was also gesturing to calm down, and I thought go towards the net.
Yes.
Shorten these points. That's what I took from it. Here's a forehand cross court from Medvedev on his back foot. He's at 30 love. Drop shot. Djokovic nets.
He doesn't want any part of this game. He wants to get a tent
40 love.
and a little bag and just take
Camp
a little
bed.
respite. Yeah,
He
just
does look exhausted again now.
Take a
put his
camp-
feet up for a
Yeah.
little bit, maybe get a martini.
I mean, scoreboard pressure and momentum does have an effect on how you feel, doesn't it?
definitely.
I mean, when he held, he suddenly looked
Energised,
energetic
yeah.
again. He's lost a
That's
couple of points,
second
and he looks exhausted again.
Yeah, that's exactly right, David. I'm seeing it that way too.
Well, I don't think he wants to serve again so soon.
No.
I mean, and
Medvedev's-
that's why I think he needs to call the trainer, or he needs to go to the bathroom or something. And I'm not all for that, but I mean, it's the finals.
Medvedev.
Brilliant
Medvedev
holds
leads 5 games to 4.
from Medvedev, exactly
Second set.
what he wanted there.
Djokovic.
Quick fire game. He grabs the balls, he serves aces, he serves big. He's taken a 5-4 lead, and the players sit down now, and Djokovic is sitting down slowly. Goodness me, he looks absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, and he's also, sort of extended his legs at the sit down rather
Lazy
than
boy.
sitting. Yeah,
Like he's
to
in a
try to
lazy
kind
boy.
of let the blood run through the legs rather than sitting into that position where he might stiffen up if he gets up. But he walked incredibly slowly past the umpire's chair, and it was interesting watching Medvedev, who just took his top off and is sort of toweling off. He looks much fresher, but he was glancing across to see how Novak sat down at the chair, and he was noticing everything that was going on down there.
Do you adjust how you play if you see your opponent
yeah.
feeling like that, Jeff? If you're
Definitely,
Medvedev, what are you thinking?
You're thinking, okay, extend the rallies, keep him moving just a little bit, not necessarily too much, because you don't want to risk missing. But if you go 2 backhands, 1 forehand, 2 backhands, 1 forehand, and also scrape out an extra ball. When Novak thinks he's hit a winner, get it back, even if you know you're going to lose a point, get it back, and be ready for the approach shot. Because you know your opponent's going to try to shorten the points. So if you're ready for that approach shot, and you make him hit the extra volley, chances are the volley isn't going to be quality.
Time.
Well, is that enough time for Novak Djokovic to re-energise ahead of a huge service game in this match? Because at the moment, although he leads by a set to love 6-3 in the US Open men's singles final, he is 4-5 down, and he's sitting there with his legs out wide and looking as though he just doesn't want to get out of the seat.
No, he doesn't. I have to say, it's not looking great for him right now, physically, unless something changes. But I just feel like these legs have gone so heavy and so dead and kind of almost like wobbly. And yeah, like he doesn't feel great on the court. He doesn't have that push-off and the energy in the legs. And I think it's a lot of it done with the long exchanges that Medvedev has happened to create, or been able to create.
I think the last tournament I played around 36. I was in Indianapolis. It was 120 degrees or whatever. I was playing the NCAA finalist, who's obviously 20. I'm up 6-1, 4-1, and I turned to my wife and I said, I don't think I can move another muscle. I was just sitting on the change. I didn't think I could get up. I'm up 6-1, 4-1.
Did you lose?
No, I won 7-6 in the third.
Wow.
Legend for Surfer.
You found your Djokovician streak.
Well, that's what I'm
just in
saying.
the nick
It
of
might
time.
pass, and you know, you find different ways to win points. You have to restructure your whole game and strategy around the fact that you don't think you can move another muscle.
Well, that's what Djokovic looks like right now, and he's just missed a first serve. Djokovic trails 4-5 in the second set of this best-of-5 set US Open men's singles final. Djokovic won the first set 6-3, but it is Medvedev who looks by far the fresher right now. He hits his forehand down the line, trying to take this one into deep waters. Forehand inside out, struck by Djokovic, and now he hits his backhand on the line. Medvedev meets that cross-court with a forehand. They've had nearly 2 hours on this court, and they've only not even played 2 sets yet. Backhand cross-court by Medvedev, another long rally. Big backhand on the line by Djokovic, then a forehand on the line. Medvedev meets it with a cross-court backhand, and now he's got Djokovic scampering. Forehand inside out, struck by Medvedev. Lofted into the air by Djokovic, but he's gone. He cannot get to these balls at the last second now.
still,
that may come back, but at the moment he cannot keep up with Medvedev physically.
It's an extended rally, and it's exactly what Medvedev wanted. I don't even think Medvedev cares if he wins that point. He did win the point, but I don't think he even cares if he wins the point because he'd rather extend the rallies as long as possible, keeping Djokovic moving and making Djokovic feels like there's nowhere to hide.
Well, again, that defensive shot, normally when you defend the way Djokovic does, you defend but with impact, and that, you know, all he could do was just get to it and flail at it, and no energy in the legs to do anything.
Medvedev chips back a return. He almost collides with the boards at the back of the court, and Djokovic takes advantage and just comes in and swats the ball away for 15-all.
I felt like that's what he should have done last point. The second ball of the rally, he had a high forehand. And I think he's just got to start going for it. Anytime he gets in position with a ball that's not traveling normal Medvedev pace, he's got to light it up. Play those percentages. You are the #1 player in the world. I think you'll make a lot of them.
Jeff Tarango here with us alongside Annabelle Crofts on 5 Live as Novak Djokovic at 4-5, 15-all, serves into the net.
Very slow walk back.
Almost like he missed that on purpose so he could get some extra time to breathe. He might bounce this one 20 times, Dave.
Djokovic's daughter, Tara, is sitting on the lap of her mother, Jelena, Novak Djokovic's wife. In comes Medvedev with a backhand volley. Chance for the pass for Djokovic. Cross court.
Well, he was fortunate there, actually, that Medvedev came forward, because then he had a target, and I've never thought that Medvedev's volleys were his best sort of asset on the court. He really didn't sort of knife that one. It sat up invitingly, gave time to Djokovic to find the passing shot.
And it's interesting that Medvedev elected to come in behind that. He could have hit that and stayed back, but he elected to come in.
Yeah,
he's not as comfortable at the net as
not at all.
Novak Djokovic, is he? He's a hyper-intelligent man, highly intelligent guy.
Did he come to the net when he and Rublev won the doubles title? Did he come to the net at all?
I mean, it's not really something you see very often from him. But he's a very interesting guy to talk to in press conferences. He always comes into our media interviews with interest in them himself. He wants to have conversations. He wants to hear what questions he's going to get, consider them, answer them. He makes everybody laugh. He doesn't mind playing the bad guy in front of the crowd. If they're going to give it to him, he's going to give it them back. He's 5-4 ahead, is Medvedev
Second
here.
Serve.
As another ball clips the top of the net from Novak Djokovic, and he has to do it all over again. Djokovic 30-15 up here in this 10th game of the second set. The lights beaming down, the roof on. Don't think it's raining outside. Here's a knee-high volley cross-court from Djokovic. Now a forehand volley, and he pounces on it.
That was a great reaction, great close. Boy, that's how you teach it. That's how you learn how to play the net.
40-50.
Split steps, takes the step forward, and makes sure that volley's not coming back.
Gosh, what a fabulous movement pattern that was from Novak Djokovic. I mean, he just closed in on the net, and he found the energy with that split step, didn't he, to sort of energize those legs, get the body weight going forward, punched it into the open space.
Not a seat spare now inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Nearly 24,000 people packed in, and a sea of colour with all the fluorescent colours and clothing and caps. And this court colour is mid-blue and green on the surrounds, with blue backdrops and sponsor boards, as Djokovic in his all-blue outfit hits his backhand cross-court to Medvedev, who's hitting his forehand down from underneath us. Huge hitter from Djokovic, but he nets, and he's frustrated, and you hear him slam the racket.
40-30.
Seemed a little better from his legs, actually, even though he missed that last shot. It just felt like the whole point was a bit more energized.
He did go for a low margin backhand there. Being up 40-15, he had that cushion. And I think his backhand down the line when he's going for winners is a much more potent shot. But that time he went, I think at the last second, almost decided to go for a better backhand. That's why he missed it.
Djokovic still has 40-30, trying to level up at 5 games all here.
That's in.
Well, that's a proper let.
That let it up, and it went about 20 feet into the air and bounced into the court. huge difference between a second serve and a first serve here.
Medvedev's facial expressions have not changed throughout the 2 hours of this match.
It's true.
He's keeping his composure completely as Djokovic hits a great serve down the centre and hits the middle centre service line.
5 games old. Second set.
Djokovic is ranting in the directions of his team.
He's trying to get himself fired up. I mean, he's just got to get the blood moving. He's got to get that adrenaline. But that's what he needs right now. He needs a big adrenaline boost. He's got to find a way, and he knows how to get himself pumped up. The crowd isn't helping him get pumped up. It would almost be like if they booed him, he would get all eternal and get all fired up. But it's like such a neutral crowd still.
5 games all now in this extraordinary second set, and it's now Medvedev going long with the forehand, and Djokovic gets love 15 on his opponent's serve. An hour and 12-minute set now.
That was a loose forehand, wasn't it? And particularly at the start of this game, you know, he hasn't really given an inch. But interesting to see him just have that ball leave the string so quickly.
Served down the centre by Medvedev. Backhand on the line. What a brilliant shot by Medvedev. This time he decides to open the shoulders himself.
And Djokovic acknowledging what a fantastic shot that was, just kind of putting his hand up as if that's too good. Couldn't get anywhere close to that.
A lot of mutual respect between these two. They were asked in the tunnel before coming out as Medvedev hits a body serve at 15 all, 5 games all in the second set. Forehand down the centre. I'll let you know about that in a second. Medvedev goes so quickly between the points you don't get a chance to say anything. Here's a backhand cross court by Djokovic, who steps in and goes down the line. Medvedev absorbs it with his own forehand cross court, and Djokovic misses cross court. Yeah, Medvedev was asked, what do you most admire about your opponent? He said
30, 15.
How long you got? That's the conversation between the fitness trainer of Novak Djokovic and the man himself. And I tell you what, I wouldn't mess with that fitness trainer.
No.
He looks quite strong.
Yeah, he looks very burly.
Here's a massive forehand down the centre. Maybe he was saying go for broke. Goodness me, the way he's hitting the ball here, Djokovic. Here he is, 30-15 down. Medvedev hits his backhand down the centre. Big hitting again from Djokovic. He's in charge of the rally, and he wins the rally. Cross-court forehand winner.
I think that's what he needs to do, though. He needs to shorten his margins. Yeah, Medvedev's largening his margins. That's going to give him a little bit less running, and it's going to give him more balls that he can take full cuts at.
Yeah.
He's got to take advantage of that ability to take a full cut. It's just trust himself.
Huge point coming here, 30 all, 5 games all. Medvedev steps into his forehand, goes down the line, decides against coming into the net. Djokovic now trying to set up a chance to pull the trigger here and set up a break point here in this second set. Backhand cross court from him. He's got Medvedev moving. Now he goes with a drop shot. Medvedev rushes in, hits his backhand on the line. Djokovic lifts the lob, but it sits up for Medvedev to put away. And Djokovic now, again, his hands on his knees. He played such a good drop shot. But Medvedev's control on that backhand was perfect.
40,
I think he needs to
30.
ditch the backhand drop shot, Dave. Medvedev's reading it. Medvedev's taking 2 steps in before Novak's even made contact with it. He's got the read on it. He sees the tell. So then it's not effective anymore. He's got to only drop shot off the forehand side at this point. I think he needs to keep the slice deep and the drive in action, but he's got to abandon the backhand drop shot.
It's also the fact that, you know, he moves so unbelievably well for somebody so gangly and tall, and it's what he does. Yeah, what he does with the ball when he gets there.
Yes, he's able to lift the ball over the net and land it in the court, even though he's hitting it hard and flat a lot of the time. Hits his forehand cross court, point for a 6-5 lead here for Medvedev. Huge hitting again from Djokovic. He just doesn't want to have these extended rallies. Medvedev's making him. Forehand down the centre by Djokovic. Now he chips another backhand at a short angle. Medvedev rushes in, a chance for the pass for Djokovic. Volley by Medvedev. He's gone back to the baseline, Medvedev. Now he hits another backhand cross court. They're into a rally again. Drop shot Djokovic again. Here comes Medvedev. Lob by Djokovic. Smashed by Medvedev. Passing shot Djokovic. How?
Oh my goodness me.
Djokovic with a huge smile on his face.
Have you ever seen anything like it, Annabelle? I mean, has this game gotten to the level that it's just not possible to play anymore?
I mean, what a treat for everybody to witness this final. It's absolutely incredible. And Djokovic at one point had given up that rally. He thought the point was over, and suddenly he had another bite at the cherry. Big smile on his face after that one.
That was a 26-stroke rally. I mean, this is so testing, physically, emotionally, psychologically for both of these two players, and Djokovic is really struggling out there. But at the same time, goodness me, he enjoyed that last point. What a serve, though, from Medvedev in response.
This is special, isn't it? I mean, listen to this atmosphere.
It's one of the great sets of the year.
It is. Spine-tingling.
Now, does Novak cover the out-wide serve here, or does he not jump early? See, he's got to cover that.
Point for a 6-5 lead for Medvedev. Cross-court goes Djokovic, and now he leans into an inside-out backhand. What a good shot that is. Then cross-court, and he nets, and he's falling over again. And Medvedev's got a 6-5 lead, and the torture goes on for Novak Djokovic. And how reminiscent is this, Russell Fuller, of the match at the Wimbledon final between Novak Djokovic, who won the first set, and then eventually Carlos Alcaraz won an 85-minute second set. Doesn't it feel a bit similar to you?
I was thinking just the same, David. History is repeating itself, and history was not kind to Novak Djokovic on that occasion. He was still the man who looked most likely, wasn't he? Because I remember him making a couple of backhand errors in that tiebreak, but he had a set point for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Still went the distance in 5 sets. But it is going to be very tough for Djokovic if he does lose this second set. We know that he's so strong mentally. If he can find the stamina, he'll be able to bounce back. He's got an ice pack on the back of his shoulder. He's got the vent blowing cold air onto his face. But he's won a lot of these extended rallies, hasn't he, which will give him hope. But it is absolutely spectacular. And thank goodness Daniil Medvedev showed up in the second set.
Yeah.
I mean, Novak Djokovic was just too good in the first set, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Daniil Medvedev offered very little, but it was a masterclass of how to start a Grand Slam final by Novak Djokovic.
Djokovic at his best is too good, even for Daniil Medvedev. But at the moment, he's struggling physically. Is that fair?
Oh,
Jeff?
no
Yes,
question.
I think he's in his lungs too. I think he's not getting enough oxygen, and so it's transferring it down to the rest of his body. I mean, he's not grunting like he usually does, and that's what concerns me the most. Is he's having these extended rallies, he's having these long 20-ball rallies, which he doesn't want to be in, and he's coming up shorter and shorter on them.
Well, the umpires called time, and neither of them have stood up yet. And the interesting thing was watching Medvedev. It's almost like they haven't heard him, but Medvedev sat down, bent knees, sat down, very busy at the change of ends. Djokovic stumbled across, put his racket down as if it was a walking stick, planted the feet and never bent his knees. He just stayed there with long legs stretched out on the chair, as if he couldn't even bend them because that was going to hurt more. And
he put an ice pack on the back of his neck. He took a tube from the air conditioning unit that sits next to both of the players' chairs and put it in his face. And he's just doing anything he can to cool down right now.
I don't think those legs are feeling great at all. I think they're very heavy. They don't have energy. I think he might have low blood sugar. I mean, he looks like he really has not got anything in the tank to play a long rally here.
He often has dates when he's at the chair to try to give himself some energy. They also have these sachets of glucose syrup as well, don't they, as he hits his serve down the centre. Djokovic trailing 5-6 in the second set of this 1 hour and 20-minute second set so far. It's not even over yet. Here's a backhand cross-court from Medvedev. Another drop shot by Djokovic. Jeff Taranga doesn't think he should be doing that. He lobs. Medvedev smashes. And Jeff Taranga is right.
He gets to everyone now. In the first set, he didn't get to 2 of them, and now he's taking 2 steps. As soon as Novak's bringing his racket up high, Medvedev's taking off to the net. Look how early he's getting to that ball. And it's just, you can't do it anymore. You have to realize if the guy's gotten every drop shot, if I've only won 1 drop shot point out of the last 5, I've got to stop doing it.
Yeah. Because also he's turning what is an attacking position with the drop shot into suddenly he's defending
He's drop shotting
behind
because
it.
he has position, exactly.
Love 15, Djokovic, trying to take this second set into a tie-break. He already leads by a set to love, but he's really up against it now. Medvedev extending another rally, but going on with a backhand, and that will frustrate him.
Yeah. That's a gift right there, isn't it? No reason to miss that one. And Djokovic is stretching out his legs at the back of the court here. They are hurting big time. And you have to think, even if he goes 2 sets to love up, which it looks unlikely at the moment, but if he was able to, I'm not sure how much energy would be there to be able to go in a third set.
Well, he would need a second wind, that is for sure, because this level of energy is not going to do it for him. He needs some adrenaline, he needs something from somewhere, Novak Djokovic. But he is the master of managing 5-set matches.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, he's going off the court after this set,
Yeah.
so
he'll go off.
Who knows how long it'll take?
Change his clothes, all of that. It'll probably be about 10 minutes.
I'd jump in the shower real quick.
Yeah.
15 all, serves out wide. Medvedev misses again, cross-court with a forehand. And there have been far too many important misses from Medvedev.
Yeah, surprising ones, you know, considering the scoreline and what's going on down the other end of the court. But then maybe that is pressure in itself. When you know something's happening down the other end, you're kind of trying to take advantage of it, and suddenly there's pressure on that.
Like the guy sprains his ankle, and then you're like, oh, wait, I got to move him. And then you start missing because all you're thinking about is moving him.
Yeah.
The second seed Djokovic against the third seed Medvedev, who won this title 2 years ago.
He's missing a lot of first serves here, Novak, because he's not being able to push up on those legs, collapsing into the serve.
Djokovic plants a blue shoe just behind the white baseline, and now he'll fall into the blue court and double fault Djokovic, and now he's stretching his legs out again, right in front of us, 30 all.
Low. The ball toss was too low, and he had no push-up into that second serve. You knew that was going to be a double fault before he'd even hit it.
Is he cramping?
I think he was cramping. Yeah, I don't. He didn't look like he was going to try to kick that serve. It looked like he was just going to try to slide it in and hope he'd get him on a changeover.
Big
a change
point coming up here. 5-6 Djokovic down in the second set of this final that he leads by a set to love. But this is 30 all. And a chance for Daniil Medvedev to set up a set point. He returns with a forehand at the volley of Djokovic, who puts it away. What a wonderful 1-2 combination from one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
See, now he's jumping up and shaking his legs around in between points. He's trying to get those legs loose. It's, to me, telltale that he's been cramping for a while. And he's trying to hide the fact he's cramping, but he's dying is what he is. I mean, it's just, he looks like he's on his last leg,
This to take it into the tiebreak for Djokovic.
He's always got to mentally draw upon, you know, tricking his mind about where his body feels. And we know he's so capable of digging deep at some really crucial times when he has to.
Double fault Djokovic. Juice. 2 in a row on that side that have gone into the net.
I mean, that just tells you get the first serve in. If he would try that on the first serve, I bet he makes it. But he was going for an ace on the first serve. 80% serve would have been probably good enough.
Djokovic just wants to get to the safety of a tiebreak for now, because he knows he has this incredible tiebreak record this year, playing 30, winning 25 of them. Only lost 5 tiebreaks all year.
Suppose he didn't take a little tiny bit off that serve just to get that one in. It's 126 miles per hour, that last first serve.
Second serve was all about legs, right?
Yep.
Here is the second serve for Djokovic at deuce. 5-6 down. Rolls it in. Now he hits his backhand behind it. Medvedev with his backhand cross court. He can't afford an error on this point. Medvedev hits his forehand down the centre. Now he moves to his left. Smacks the backhand cross court. Now he'll step in well at Medvedev. He's moving Djokovic. Djokovic is not going to like that. Now he's got to move again. Djokovic hits his forehand cross court, trying to retaliate in the rally. Hits his chip backhand cross court now. Now he'll hit a backhand roll cross court. Who's going to pull the trigger? It's Medvedev! Into the corner. Djokovic can't handle it. Djokovic is set point down.
This is trouble in paradise, Annabelle.
Advantage.
Trouble in paradise.
Well, it was just such a straightforward tactic for Medvedev, wasn't it? Just to move Djokovic as much as he could, and once he got a look on that backhand up the line, there was nothing in the legs to push off, to defend.
Thank you.
There's nothing in the tank right now. It's really hard to imagine how he's going to get energy back.
We've seen him do it before, but right now it does not look good for Novak Djokovic. He'll be calling on all those 18 years of experience, all those 23 Grand Slam titles won. But right now, he's set point down. This for Daniil Medvedev to level this match. Hits his forehand return at the serve and volleying Djokovic. In comes Medvedev with a backhand cross-court passing shot, but it's there with a volley from Djokovic. So stable.
Wow, that was a great guess by Novak. I mean, Medvedev already motioning to his box. Why am I not going down the line and making him pop the volley up? He was going for the clean winner. Novak did fake. He faked his movement over to the line like he was going to cover the line, and then he went back cross court. Just total gamble. It was a complete guess.
Yeah, he was laughing after that point, Novak. I think there are times when you feel like he's just trying to get rid of some of that tension and emotion, and the laughter might help him.
Juice point. He saved a set point, Djokovic. Can he get himself a step closer to the tie-break?
I think that serve speed is dropping a little bit, isn't it? Down to 121, that first serve.
6-5, Medvedev leads the second set. Djokovic took the first set 6-3. It was all in his charge at the time, but he's struggling physically right now against Medvedev's just piling on the pressure, extending rallies, making it horrible for Djokovic out there in this sweaty evening under the lights and under the roof. 24,000 people watching him hit a backhand cross-court. Djokovic at deuce, then and one down the line. Medvedev cross-court with his forehand. Down the line goes Djokovic's forehand. Then down the centre, deep hitting from both players. Who's going to pull the trigger? Who's going to make an error? Forehand in the middle from Medvedev. Now one swatted into the net, and Medvedev's legs didn't get there this time. And Djokovic wins the arduous rally and has a point for a tiebreak.
And he's sucking it up too. I mean, he's going to just absolutely go nuts if he double faults again.
I thought that was quite interesting construction point from Novak, because that time he went down the middle of the court a lot, and that almost took away the ability of Medvedev to go into the corners. So it's easier for him to play a rally that's straight up the middle of the court than being tracked into the corners. I thought that was really smart from Djokovic.
1 hour 28 minute set, and it is not over yet.
That was a 22-ball rally, Dave.
This for the tie-break for Djokovic in the second set. Forehand cross-court from him. Medvedev trying to get back on level terms in this match. Hits his backhand cross-court. Deep shot from him. Now on cross-court again. And Djokovic nets this time with a backhand on the line.
That was an unnecessary backhand on the line. That was the time to do the slice. You could tell Medvedev was just going to stay in that corner, but he couldn't get enough on it. His feet weren't in a position to go down the line. That is the lowest possible shot on the court. The net's too high. He couldn't bend because his legs are getting stiff.
That's right.
Djokovic, short dark hair with quite a beard these days. 36 years of age. 5-6, juice. Serves out wide, serving and volleying, and Medvedev fails to get the return over the net. And for the first time we see a reaction from Medvedev of frustration.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, because he's not missed any returns of serve like that, and that one just sort of rolled into the bottom of the net, but it was a good first serve.
And that's what happens if you're doing that serve and volley every once in a while. He wasn't thinking that Novak would serve and volley. It was a surprise. And so then he had to adjust in the middle and grounded it.
Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live. 9.5 minute game. Djokovic's wife Yelena was on her feet there, really trying to catch Novak's eye there, I think, and try to just give him a little bit more comfort, a little bit more support. Another let serve.
He was going for a sort of almost like a kick serve.
Yeah, I think you kick it up there and bluff the serve and volley here. Just complete bluff.
So Jeff Tarango wondering whether Novak's coming in towards the net. He decides to stay on the baseline. This for a tiebreak for Djokovic. Backhand on the line from Medvedev is deep and well played. Now forehand off the back foot because Djokovic is reaching everything here. He winds up into the forehand cross court. He's hit the sideline. Down the line goes Medvedev. Hitting the baseline is Djokovic. He drops shots, but halfway up the net, Djokovic. He just wants rallies over as quickly as possible.
Oh, that was a horror drop shot, wasn't it? Didn't get hold of that ball at all. Almost bailing again on the rally. Looked like he was in control of it for the first part of it.
Yeah, and he could drive that down the line and come into the net. And it's much higher probability of winning the point. I think Medvedev would have gotten to that drop shot.
Djokovic won the Australian Open, beat Stefanos Tsitsipas in the final. He won the French Open. beating Casper Ruud in the final, lost out to Carlos Alcaraz at Wimbledon, but he's serving and volleying here to stave off the danger of juice, and he now has a game point once more to get to the tiebreaker. Medvedev is just not executing when it really matters most.
Well, I think because Djokovic is putting this massive pressure and asking questions where he's got to come up with these shots, you know, like off the serve volley, and it's not as easy because most players are not used to playing against that. So it's so smart of Djokovic. You know, it's almost bluff time as well. He's sort of pulling out the jokers of the pack, isn't he? Constantly throwing them down.
I was watching Djokovic against Federer in the semi-finals from 12 years ago last night, the first set of that, and Djokovic didn't get to the net at all. Back then he was a human backboard. These days he does so much more. He comes to the net, he fights, and he has served his way through that trauma of a game, and he is into a tiebreak.
Second set tiebreak.
Also,
Each
he
player
ran.
receives one additional challenge.
He's just run to the change of ends to take a swig of water. I think he may have changed his racket there. I didn't quite see. He's definitely put a racket down. But it was almost a mental thing to show Medvedev that the legs are back. He's got energy for this tie break. He was definitely sending some psychological messages there.
A reminder of the tie-break records of these two: 25 won, 5 lost from Djokovic in tie-breaks. Medvedev's won 12, lost 9. And
Medvedev doesn't realize that there's people behind him that are standing up, and Novak's asking him to stop, and Medvedev's starting to get upset, like, why are you telling me to wait? And I think he's thinking that it's Novak stalling, but it's not. These people are moving around right behind him.
I think Medvedev just raised his hand and said, listen, I will walk away for a second. I think there is a lot of mutual respect between these two. I mean, often Medvedev is usually having arguments with everybody, but he doesn't tend to do that against Djokovic. Hits his forehand cross-court, first point of the second set tie-break. Big forehand cross-court and a grunt from Medvedev. He goes with that shot again. One of his best points for quite a while for Medvedev as he takes a 1-point lead in this first to 7-point tie-break.
Great start, isn't it? Just hammering the ball into the corner. He's got such unusual style. I mean, that forehand is pretty ugly to look at, isn't it? But it works.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's a curly-whirly forehand, isn't it? That's what I call it. It's an odd-looking shot, but it is very effective.
Well, his good friend and rival who he beat, Andrei Rublev, calls him the octopus.
Yeah, we can understand why.
Tentacles everywhere.
Novak was going to serve and volley on that first serve. Out wide flat.
1 hour and 34 minutes just for this set. Extraordinary length set. Love one, Djokovic serving here onto the backhand side. Imagine if Djokovic doesn't win this set. He hits his forehand cross court. Imagine if Medvedev doesn't. It's one of those. Backhand netted by Djokovic.
He was going to come in behind that as well, and he's really trying to shorten the points.
2-0. Medvedev.
It was the right idea. Now he's talking to Goran about it. It was the right idea, but you've got to ease up on that ball. He tried to hit it harder and come to the net. It's more about placement at that point.
This is 5 Live at the US Open, the men's singles final. Under the lights, under the roof, 24,000 people watching the great Novak Djokovic trying to win a 24th Grand Slam singles title. But Daniil Medvedev is intent on stopping it. First set, Djokovic 6-3. Second set, 2-love Medvedev in the tiebreak. Djokovic down the line with his backhand. Forehand down the line by Medvedev. He's running now, though, because Djokovic is really going after it. He's coming in behind a forehand. Cross-court goes. Medvedev, but long.
Well, that was a brave point from Djokovic. I mean, he took that forehand on the inside in, as Jeff calls it. And no hesitation, stamped on it and got the point.
Well, he needs some unforced errors from Medvedev now. Medvedev hasn't made an unforced error in quite some time, over 20 minutes, and he really needs it to happen now. Stan Smith's wife just got hit by that ball.
Stan a bit disappointed he didn't catch it.
Yeah,
actually.
he wanted to reach out
one of the former champions, Stan Smith. Here's a forehand down the line by Medvedev, who's 2-1 up in the tie-break now. Still has the mini break against the serve. Here's a backhand cross-court from him. Djokovic chips his backhand down the centre with the backhand. Now he'll hit that shot again, floating it down the middle. Forehand-driven cross-court by Medvedev. Now he runs around his own forehand to hit a backhand. That's his favoured shot, Medvedev. He's wailing away here and eventually gets the error he's after from the Djokovic racket. It goes long. It's 3-1 Medvedev.
3-1.
Completely isolating the forehand of Novak. Completely isolating it. Going for only the forehand side. Because if Novak's tired, that is his weaker side.
Djokovic hitting his own calves and his thighs with the frame of his racket as if he's trying to just get some feeling into them, the blood moving, as he's 3-1 down in the tiebreak, and Medvedev helps him out by netting a forehand. It's 3-2.
He got the mini break back.
3-2.
He can hold on to both of his serves.
Yeah, slow walk across to the towel, right in the corner for Djokovic, and once again, as you've been pointing out, Jeff, Medvedev in position, ready to play, constantly showing Djokovic that he's got more energy and doesn't need that time for the towel. Crowd really involved, aren't they?
It's a real mental statement, though, isn't it? If you're always ready for your opponent to serve.
2-3 Djokovic serving at this near end. His sky blue shirt with its royal blue trim is serving down the centre onto the forehand of Medvedev, who can't connect.
3-all.
And Djokovic striding down the far end of the court, having got back from 3-1 to 3-all.
Yeah, I thought he sort of semi-stumbled at the end of that point, David. I don't know if you noticed that as well. No, Djokovic, I think. Didn't look like he would have been really that energised with the legs for the next shot had he had to play one.
Is he looking a bit fatigued, Medvedev, to you, Jeff?
Well, he's not showing it, but it seems like he's so robotic right now that he's just in a certain mode that he can only do so much. He's not going out of his range at all, which means, to me, he is tired. But he is doing a great job of not showing it.
This is one of the longest sets I've ever seen. 1 hour and 38 minutes.
Wow.
The players have changed ends after 6 points of the tie-break. It is 3-all. It is 1 set to love for Novak Djokovic. But it is 3-all in the tiebreak. It'll be Djokovic to serve. Medvedev way behind the baseline. He's almost out of sight. He's so far back as he hits his forehand return. A serve and volley by Djokovic. Volley into the corner. Lob lifted by Medvedev. That's going long. Djokovic taking advantage of the position of the return of Medvedev way back.
And Medvedev should have known that was coming.
Djokovic
He should be way out there in the alley before Djokovic even hits the serve.
But what a volley. I mean, It wasn't as if every volley he's played has been above the height of the net. He's had to play pretty much every single one below the height and therefore control the racket face over the net.
3-4. Medvedev is wobbling right now.
Second serve. Novak's got a chance here. He takes a step in.
Djokovic is taking it early. No hanging around the back fence for him. He hits his backhand cross-court, trying to get the mini break for 5-3. Hits his backhand cross-court again. Medvedev reaches it, extending a rally once again. He goes down the line with the backhand as Medvedev. Now forehand cross-court. Djokovic down the line with his forehand. Now he'll step in with a two-hander cross-court. He's got Medvedev moving here. Backhand on the line from Djokovic. Now he'll hit a forehand and he'll crunch it, but long. And Medvedev holds on for 4-all.
Oh my goodness, he controlled the whole of the first part of that amazing rally and then just didn't finally execute on that last shot.
Medvedev was running there early. It's almost Djokovic should have hit maybe an angle forehand there to bring it back to that forehand side, make Medvedev go for the low percentage shot.
100-minute set. Serve out wide from Medvedev at 4-all. Down the line goes his forehand. He's got Djokovic running now, but still scooped back by Djokovic. How is he getting to these balls? Forehand inside out by Medvedev. Surely he should come to the net. Djokovic scoops it back. Medvedev smashes straight back to Djokovic. They're into a baseline rally again. Djokovic hits his backhand cross court. Medvedev should have won this rally 3 times. He now hits a forehand down the line. Djokovic is getting this back too. Now a forehand cross court by Medvedev. Djokovic trying to turn the tables. He hits his backhand cross court. He's going for broke Djokovic. He hits a drop shot. Medvedev reaches it. Drop shots and Djokovic with the pass, but he misses.
Oh my goodness me. I can't believe what we're witnessing. This is outrageous tennis.
Wow, the quality is so high. How could it get any higher? I mean, it's incredible, the physical effort. Everybody's on their feet. They're giving both players a standing O.
4.
I do not know how Medvedev reached that backhand drop shot and played one of his own that good.
I saw it coming.
But Djokovic withstood so many ordinarily winning shots from his opponent to stay in it. Listen to this. The crowd are so into this.
What a treat.
5-4 to Daniil Medvedev in the second set tiebreak. The first set was won by Novak Djokovic in only 48 minutes. This one's been 101. Never seen anything like it.
No, me neither.
Been coming here 20 years. Djokovic hits his serve into the net. 4-5, Medvedev with a second serve to look at here. And if he finds the right return, he's going to have 2 set points.
Medvedev's moving in for the second serve.
Yeah.
He's trying to intimidate Novak into a double.
Here comes Medvedev moving forwards, as Jeff Tarango says, backhand on the centre from him, then down onto the backhand of Djokovic. It feels like Medvedev's trying to slow ball Djokovic here. Djokovic with a backhand on the line, and then he puts all the energy into the forehand. He's just rolling the ball down the centre, is Medvedev, saying, come on, I can do this all day long, you're going to tire yourself out. Here's a backhand cross court from Djokovic, and replied in kind cross court by Medvedev. Now he goes to that shot again. He's just being a wall right now, is Medvedev. Djokovic smacks a backhand, comes in and wins the point, as Medvedev can't cope with a backhand.
Wow. I mean, it's more the resilience. It's just pure insanity as far as how stable you can be. Like, he's just refused to buck there. He refused to change anything. He was going to be Novak no matter what. He's going down with a ship in that plane, and he stayed afloat.
That was a stunning rally from Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, it really was. And just
right
watching
under pressure.
That beautiful backhand, which is just so smooth, isn't it? The way he, takes the racket back effortlessly.
Does Medvedev change anything here? He tried to play the wall.
Does he cover the out wide serve and volley?
He's still way back behind the baseline. 5-all in the tiebreak. Djokovic serves and volleys. Medvedev misses. Set point Djokovic.
And Novak went to the well again, serving volley out wide, and it's working. Why change it?
6-5.
Now it's set point, David. Smoke them if you got them.
Novak Djokovic and Daniil Medvedev have been fighting this set out for an hour and 44 minutes. And now Novak Djokovic has set point on the Daniil Medvedev serve at 6-5 Djokovic. This for 2 sets to love. He blocks back a forehand. Medvedev swipes the forehand of his own. Djokovic meets it. His grunt of effort. Medvedev nets!
Djokovic, 7 games to 6.
Djokovic doesn't even have the energy to roar! But everybody else is roaring for him. What an extraordinary feat by Novak Djokovic to win a set that he looked down and out in. Physically, mentally, emotionally, he leads this final by 2 sets to love. He puts the towel on his shoulders, he's taking his bag off with him, and I don't think we're going to see him for about another 10 minutes. Wow, Russell Fuller, 2 sets to love. I've never seen anything like it before.
And you thought the second set of the men's singles final that you described at Wimbledon, David, was one of the best and the longest that it was possible to describe. Well, you've beaten your own PB there. That was absolutely sensational. 104 minutes since the first set finished. The second set has concluded. And with the exception of Nicola Mahut against John Isner and all those sets in the past that have gone past 6-all, I don't think they keep statistics on that. But that must be one of the longest tennis sets we have ever seen.
Yeah, a second set in the middle of a Grand Slam final, I can pretty much categorically say I've never seen one that long. Medvedev now is having a long conversation with the ATP trainer Per Bastold about how he's feeling physically and how on earth you convince yourself that you can come back from 2 sets to love down after 2.5 hours and after a set like that.
8 minutes to 7 in New York. Djokovic has left for his bathroom break. That means it's 8 minutes to midnight in the UK, and I think Dan Maudsley had the 11 o'clock news lined up. Well, it's turned into the virtually midnight news here on 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
It has. The summary has actually changed from the one that I brought in. I've updated 2 of the stories at the time I've been waiting to read it. Incredible tennis we've been watching. But the one of the stories I can update you on is that the Spanish Football Federation has now confirmed the resignation of its president, Luis Rubiales. He'd already been suspended after kissing Spain's Jenny Hermoso on the lips at the Women's World Cup final, which she says was not consensual. In Morocco, at least 2,100 people have been killed and almost 2,500 more have been injured following Friday's earthquake. The UK says it's sending 60 search specialists and 4 dogs to help the rescue effort. 2 foreign aid volunteers have been killed in a Russian missile attack in eastern Ukraine. Emma Igual and Anthony Einat died as the vehicle they were in was hit while travelling towards Bakhmut yesterday. An inmate has been stabbed at HMP Wandsworth days after Daniil Khalif's escape. The 24-year-old man was taken to hospital. The Met Police say his condition is not life-threatening and no arrests have been made.
This is a message for parents whose child is going away to university. To prevent excessive moping, as you wistfully contemplate the pottery elephant they made in Year 3 and wonder, when will I hear from them? We suggest getting them a TV licence. Then they'll be covered to watch or stream live TV on any channel or device and watch BBC iPlayer, so they can still enjoy the shows you love to watch together. And who knows, they might even send the odd message when something dramatic happens. Have something in common. Search TV Licence Uni.
US Open Tennis with Russell Fuller on 5 Live.
Novak Djokovic leads Daniil Medvedev by 2 sets to love. 6-3 and then 7-5 in a tiebreak, having saved a set point in a second set that lasted 1 hour and 44 minutes. Simply extraordinary. Third set will follow shortly. Novak Djokovic having a bathroom break. Daniil Medvedev a medical timeout, and he's having his left shoulder massaged. Earlier on 5 Live, the match of the Rugby World Cup so far, Wales 32-26 winners against Fiji. Reaction to that and Scotland's loss against South Africa will be on the Rugby Union Daily, out in the next couple of hours. In football, Northern Ireland lost 1-0 to Kazakhstan earlier. That's 5 defeats in a row for Michael O'Neill's team. The Netherlands came from behind to win 2-1 against the Republic of Ireland. Latvia against Wales, Sports Extra from 7 tomorrow night, with the Monday Night Club on 5 Live. Connor Cody joining Kelly Cates for that. England levelled up their ODI cricket series against New Zealand. They won by 79 runs in Southampton. And on Sports Extra at the moment in the NFL, opening game of the season, Green Bay Packers against the Chicago Bears. After winning the title earlier today here at New York, meanwhile, David Law, who didn't win the title, has been speaking to the wheelchair singles champion Alfie Hewitt. He beat Gordon Reid 6-4, 6-3 to win a 4th US Open title, and asked him what it was like to beat his doubles partner.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, obviously. The first time that we've actually played a Grand Slam singles final, which is bizarre because I feel like we've played a lot of big matches against each other, but we've had some big matches. In terms of what happens beforehand and all of it, it's fine. Like there's no bad tensions or anything like that. We know that once doubles is done off the court, we're singles players again, and that there's always a possibility that may happen. But tactically out there, it's difficult because you know your partner well, and he knows me and I know him, and we have a lot of honest conversations, obviously, to make the doubles partnership work. So then it does become a bit trickier compared to other players because you have to play a little bit more intelligently, and today I came better off.
You've bookended this year with Grand Slam titles. I was there in Australia. We had a chat there when you won that event, and here we are again at the end of the year. How do you reflect on it now? Obviously, I know how much you want to win Wimbledon, and that's the one that you haven't won yet, but you did win 2 out of 4.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the year, when I'll sit back and look at my season, I'll be very happy. Like if someone was to offer that to me at the start of the year, I'd bite your hand off for it. Yeah, Wimbledon going my way, but you have to sort of take it in isolation, and in tennis you just have to move on. You have to pick yourself up and go again, no matter how much you wanted it. Yeah, it was tough and I didn't enjoy it, and it probably made me very hungry to come here and sort of prove a point. And I think today wasn't actually my cleanest performances because I was in a final again and I didn't want to lose another Grand Slam final because it's not easy. You know, the aftermath of it is difficult when you're a player. Yeah, I did all right in the end to manage the nerves and just get through it.
Alfie Hewitt, champion in New York once again, talking to David after his 6-4, 6-3 win over Gordon Reid, and before that Didier de Groot completed a 3rd consecutive calendar Grand Slam by winning the women's singles title here, beating Yui Kamiji of Japan.
3rd set, Djokovic to serve.
The voice of Greg Allensworth of the United States, our chair umpire. We're only 2 sets into potentially a 5-set men's singles final in New York. Novak Djokovic leads by 2 sets to love. The 2nd set lasting 104 minutes. He saved a set point. He looks a little fresher having come out of the bathroom as he just stretches his hamstrings. Daniil Medvedev was looking stone-faced as he had the massage from the ATP physio on his left shoulder for a medical timeout as Djokovic was having the bathroom break. Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft, no time for a rest for them, are here as the 3rd set gets underway, and a lob from Medvedev, and Djokovic has won a game of cat and mouse at the net.
15.
I wonder what Medvedev can do from here. One question I had: should Medvedev have been a little bit more aggressive in that 2nd set? Just getting balls back often and being the wall. I could see why that was in his long-term interest, but he's lost the set. Did he just get too many balls back at times?
Well, I think he was thinking that Novak was going to buckle any second, and he had been.
Short ball for Djokovic, and he hits a forehand cross-court winner.
Novak had been double faulting. He had been making unforced errors. He'd been telegraphing his drop shot. I think Medvedev just thought there were too many holes in the ship that he could get into to get those mini breaks and win the tiebreaker. So he was just going to play it as an extended rally game, which had been working.
30-love Djokovic, high backhand return from Medvedev, just clears the net, and Djokovic with the easiest task in the world to run in and put that forehand away.
Yeah, he looks quite energised here now. He looks like a different player right now, mentally, physically. But I thought there was no way that Djokovic was going to be able to win that set, and how many times have I said that during the course of his career, and he always proves us wrong. Finds something with that steeliness that he possesses.
And mentally, this is now an enormous challenge for Medvedev. Physically, he will have the advantage. He will clearly be feeling it physically too at the end of a 2-week Grand Slam, having had that brutal heat and humidity for much of the 2nd week. But mentally, having lost that 2nd set as Djokovic misses a backhand, to come back from 2 sets to love
40,
down
15.
against Djokovic here to win the title is going to take some doing. But he nearly came back from 2 sets to love down against Rafael Nadal in the final of 2019. And he knows you can lose from 2 sets up in a Grand Slam final, having been 2 sets up to Rafael Nadal in that classic Australian Open final at the start of 2022. 2 game points, Djokovic. Good serve down the tee, and he's held to 15. So a nice quick service game to start the 3rd set, which is exactly the way Novak Djokovic will want it.
That was very clean, wasn't it, Jeff? And just setting the tone and really putting down the hammer in that opening service game.
I feel like Novak could go for a sprint here like he did in the 1st set when he got up 3-love, but no matter how he's feeling, he's got to feel a lot better than he did at the end of that set because of that long break. This is the time where mentally and physically he could go for a sprint, try to get way ahead, and then see if he can coast into the end on an even basis like he did in that last set where he just kind of held on. But if he could hold on as a front runner, it would be completely different. That last set, he was always behind 3-4, 4-5, 5-6.
Medvedev with the big first serve. Djokovic just long with the stretch backhand return. And is David okay? Is he in the BBC recovery room after that epic second set commentary?
I think we all need to call the trainer out, don't we?
I was cramping and I'm sitting down.
It's one of the best sets of tennis I've ever witnessed.
Medvedev at 15-love. Djokovic nets with the return.
I remember watching some of the sets of tennis that Djokovic and Nadal played at that Australian Open when they went sort of 5 hours. And plus it was in the final. I mean, I remember just it was jaw-dropping. I've certainly never seen a set of tennis quite like that, with the quality and the ball striking and the drama.
30-love Medvedev, second serve, backhand from him to the backhand of Djokovic, which is hit cross-court. Djokovic down the line with the backhand. Medvedev flicks a forehand cross-court. Djokovic with more power on the forehand cross-court. Slice forehand Medvedev. Djokovic with a drop shot, and that is hammered past him by Medvedev. Not taking any chances here. No need to prolong that rally. Forehand cross-court winner.
40-love.
I'm not sure he's won a single point off the drop shot, actually.
That's what I'm saying. I just see how Medvedev was taking that step just sorely.
40-love. Good serve from Medvedev. Service winner. So maybe we're going to see a few more efficient service games in this third set.
You know, Annabelle, I was going to the restroom and ran into Martina Navratilova and asked her if it's the...
In your restroom?
Well, it was kind of a confusing situation. Oh. Anyway...
she went in the wrong way. I saw her in mine as well.
No, we were both coming out of our...
Oh, okay, because I was in there with her as well.
And we almost ran into each other. So anyway, I asked her if it's the longest set in the Open era. And she said she didn't know, but her wife said it's definitely the longest set of the tournament.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, it must be. We'll have to look it up in the record books, but I think it might be the record.
One game all, drive volley from Djokovic. Medvedev with the backhand. The volley is too deep by Djokovic, but Medvedev has fallen over, and Djokovic was given another chance, and he's put that backhand volley away for the winner, and he's walking up to the net to make sure that Medvedev is okay. Medvedev might have just grazed his elbow, and Djokovic is getting over the net now, offering to help Medvedev up, but Medvedev declines the help, and there are smiles certainly on Djokovic's face as he now makes his way back to his side of the net.
I thought he might lie down right next to him just so they could both take a rest.
15-love.
God, his feet caught, didn't he?
Yeah. Point he should have won. He stumbled after hitting the ball, but hit it straight back at Djokovic, who took the opportunity to hit the volley into what was then a very, very open court. I don't think any blood has been drawn.
No, I don't think so. I think...
15-love. So the return position remains the same for Medvedev. He's got an error on the forehand from Djokovic. He remains 8 to 9 metres behind the baseline to receive this Novak Djokovic serve.
That didn't look out by much. That is very close. I bet you a whisker of that ball hit the line.
That's what you would have been saying in your playing days without electronic line calling, and it would have probably been hard to argue with you, but the technology suggests it was just a fraction out. 15 all. Medvedev coming in a couple of paces for the second serve of Djokovic, who's trying to win a 24th Grand Slam singles title here. Backhand return from Medvedev. Medvedev with the forehand wide.
30-15.
And Djokovic to 30-15 in his 36th Grand Slam singles final. His 10th US Open singles final. And trying to become the oldest US Open champion in the Open era. And he's just won a set that lasted 104 minutes. It's an extraordinary display of stamina and physical conditioning. 30-15 Djokovic. Second serve, forehand from Medvedev. Djokovic cross-court with the forehand and right onto that baseline, which is beneath us, about 40 metres beneath us here in the Arthur Ashe Stadium commentary box on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Djokovic long with the backhand. So this is now 30 all, and there's an early look-in on the Djokovic serve for Medvedev, who is the 3rd seed and competing in his 5th Grand Slam final and his 3rd here in New York.
Yeah, it was just a little loose off that backhand, wasn't it? He struck the first couple of backhands really well, very early, came around the outside of the ball, created the angle, and then opens up the open space with that backhand down the line, but not executing it.
1-1, 30-all. Serving and volleying Djokovic, and Medvedev has missed the court with the forehand return.
It's been the sort of standard go-to bread and butter
40-30.
draw upon.
He
Point,
worked in the tiebreaker. He's yelling at his coach because he cannot win that point. He's completely frustrated now. He's asking his coach for advice. He's not saying anything back, but they're screaming in French.
Yeah, I thought he said you go after that, but I only half heard what he said. Forehand from Djokovic inside the baseline, slides it down the line. The backhand volley from Djokovic, again beautifully played.
Djokovic.
And he holds again, and he's inching closer to the title. He leads by 2-1, but that was the first sign of exasperation, not necessarily between Medvedev and the coaching box, but between the coaching team and Medvedev. Gilles Savara looked frustrated, and there have been times where he's either been sent out of the box by Medvedev or walked out. Doesn't look like we're at that stage yet, but he's been low on the emotion, hasn't he, Medvedev, up until now? I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more to and fro between him and the coaching box.
Yeah, you're right, Russell. That was the very first time that we've seen him sort of rather explode. But was that Gilles Savara that was shouting back at him?
Yes.
I've never heard him like that, because normally he's very sort of controlled and, okay, he holds his own there, but he doesn't change his expression too many times. But yeah, that was interesting to hear him yelling at him.
Yeah, Virginia Wade's on the screen.
One of the former champions here. One thing I was going to raise with both of you is the time that the umpire, Greg Allensworth, is allowing between points, which is clearly in Novak Djokovic's favour. They're allowed 25 seconds between points. We know umpires are not particularly quick at starting the shot clock. They will always wait until the applause dies down and then read the score,
which
and
needs
then
to be
start the shot clock. But I've been counting and watching the clock on a few occasions, and after some of those long rallies, and I'm not denying they're extraordinary and they're 20, 25, 30, even 36 shots, he's waiting another
quickly,
10 seconds at least before starting the shot clock, which means that at times there's 45 to 50 seconds between points.
Yes,
now,
I've been saying that the whole tournament now.
What do you think? Is that too lenient?
I think he's doing the right thing.
I think under the circumstances, it's the right thing. I think when you do it like Rublev was saying in the quarterfinals, that sometimes he's starting it right away before he's calling the score, and sometimes he's waiting until he calls the score to push the button, and you can't do both. You do it one way and you stick with it the whole match.
I think it's his discretion, and I think he's doing a great job.
2-1. Medvedev serving now. Djokovic hits the backhand. People streaming in through the gangways and the entrance doors, having got some food to drink at the end of that epic second set. You can just see people walking down actually quite close to the players, but they seem oblivious as they get into this rally, and Djokovic wins the point as Medvedev goes long. I'd be interested if Medvedev says anything afterwards, because clearly as the younger man, he's most at disadvantage from the umpire showing the leniency he has. Forehand Medvedev, very, very deep in the court. Attacking hard Medvedev, cross court with a forehand. The elastic arms of Djokovic reach for it, and a drop shot from Medvedev this time. And it wins in the point with Djokovic for once marooned behind the baseline.
But Russell, I think you're missing the point. I think as long as the chair umpire says, this is the way I'm going to conduct this match, and he sticks to it, that it's not leniency. That's just the way he does it.
Well, I would still argue that it's meant to be 25 seconds between points, and he is certainly allowing even longer than we have seen over the course of these championships so far. Backhand from Djokovic, forehand from Medvedev, backhand from Djokovic, forehand cross-court from Medvedev is wide, 15-30 on the Medvedev serve.
Well, I can't say how different Djokovic looks compared to the Djokovic we saw for most of that second set. I mean, he looks like a totally different player physically. That bathroom break has had a huge impact. He looks fresh, revived, energized, and he's up for this, to try and kind of squeeze down on the match, isn't he?
Yeah, and he really is going point by point right now. He is not thinking about the fact that he could be breaking history.
15:30, Medvedev's first serve into the net. Djokovic, I'm sure, is thinking, if I can get the one break, maybe I can break even Daniil Medvedev's spirit. Backhand from Medvedev, forehand cross-court Djokovic. Medvedev with the forehand, Djokovic with the backhand, carefully placed onto the Medvedev backhand. Slice backhand Djokovic, and from Medvedev. Medvedev's forehand, wide. 2 break points for Djokovic early in the third set.
And also using that middle ball a little bit more, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not too much, but just enough.
Not overusing it.
Yeah, and so by using that sort of middle ball, which is just used, Medvedev is then trying to find the angle and missing.
Because he's obsessed with moving Novak rather than developing the point and attacking.
Yeah.
2 break points and the first serve into the net. Djokovic leads by 2 sets to love, and he has 2 points now for 3-1. In the third set of the final here on BBC Sounds. Forehand Medvedev, Djokovic with the backhand cross-court, Medvedev's backhand, Djokovic with the forehand to the Medvedev backhand. Down the line goes Medvedev and long, and Djokovic has got the break. And the momentum is now flowing his way, because after winning that second set in 1 hour and 44 minutes, he has the break. And that was actually relatively pain-free as well. He didn't have to stay out there for 12 minutes to break the serve. He didn't have to play lots of 20-plus shot rallies. He did it the conventional way. He forced and waited for Medvedev errors. Djokovic by 2 sets to love and 3 games to 1.
Yeah, I think it's almost a hangover from that explosion we saw from Medvedev down this end, back towards his team, bellowing at each other, and it's sort of like hung over into that next game, hasn't it? It was the first sign that he felt out of control, not comfortable anymore in this match.
No, mentally he is really struggling now, Medvedev. His backhand down the line into the net. Gesturing now towards Gilles Savara in the box at the other end of the court.
He's broken that silence, and he's brought negativity into his mind, and that's just not what you need when you're going to try to mount a comeback.
Yeah, he's held it together for so long, hasn't he? Almost 3 hours, and it's just at breaking point right now. And that's what Djokovic does to you. It's what he did to Alcaraz in that semi-final at the French, wasn't it?
Just can't escape the feeling that he's been a little bit too passive in this match, Daniil Medvedev. He did play in a different vein, admittedly against a very different opponent in Carlos Alcaraz in the semi-final. That is just wide with the forehand by Djokovic.
Well, he just doesn't have the layers that to dip into the way Djokovic has shown us, and how important that ability was in that second set, to be able to draw upon other ways to win the point when he was absolutely like heaving physically and looked as if he was going to pass out.
Yeah, some gorgeous volleys, lots of drop shots, as Jeff and Annabelle have been saying. Has barely won a point with that drop shot, even though executing it quite well, and maybe he took Medvedev's legs in the end. The 36-year-old took that set against the 27-year-old. 15 all, forehand return Medvedev. That's a really deep one, reared up on Djokovic, but he's done superbly to get it back in play. Now Medvedev with the off forehand to the backhand of Djokovic. Djokovic now pushing Medvedev back behind the baseline, just wide on the forehand from Djokovic. So a break is not a break until you've held serve, and this is now 15:30 as Medvedev tries to break back, and it's imperative that he does. 2 sets to love and 4-1 to Novak Djokovic in a Grand Slam final. Normally only ends in one result.
Yeah, it's been a dangerous moment here for Novak. He mustn't lose his concentration and the roadmap that he's creating through this match. You can see kind of a way towards the finish line, and he's just winding his way there, but this is a little bit of a blip.
Can't get ahead of himself.
15:30.
Was Medvedev blowing steam like that? That could, if he calms down and he finds a new way to play, and he's pointing at his head like, I'm not thinking. Or what are you thinking? Like, he's trying to get his coach to think.
Second serve Djokovic, and that's a double fault. And these are 2 break-back points.
15-40.
Well, he's gesturing down towards Goran again. I don't know what that was about, but it's interesting, isn't it, Jeff, that he's done so many double faults into the net.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. I can't get any spin on that second serve. He's going like this.
Rotating with his hands together, showing that spinning it into the bottom of the net. again, not using those legs enough, and he's just lost his concentration here.
2 breakback points for Medvedev as Djokovic goes wide with the first serve.
He hasn't missed those first serves out wide in the first 2 sets, and that's the 2 times in this game now he's missed that go-to play that he has of serving out wide and serving and volleying.
Second serve, break points down, backhand return from Medvedev. Djokovic's backhand cross-court is wide, and he has just reopened the door for Medvedev. And Djokovic is absolutely furious. It is all Goran Ivanisevic's fault. Shouting and screaming over to the box now, which, as we know, is just a stress release mechanism. We should really be employing a serve speaker, shouldn't we, at times like this, to know exactly what is being said.
I'd love to know what's being said.
Yeah, I think David does know what's being said, but he's not telling us.
Well, we're back on serve in this third set. It is Novak Djokovic who still has the lead, but 3-2 rather than 4-1, which is the advantage he was eyeing. And if you just joined us here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, first set Djokovic 6-3, he was brilliant. Second set, I haven't got the words to do justice to it, but it lasted an hour and 44 minutes, and Djokovic won it 7-5 in the tiebreak, and we lost count of the number of rallies over 20 shots. Djokovic looking absolutely shattered, lying down on the court at one point after stumbling, but still finding a way to win, even though he was trying to shorten points whenever he could. Medvedev was not playing ball, but the strategy worked for Djokovic. Long rallies, he still came out on top, and he is 9 years Medvedev's senior. But you wonder how long he can keep playing at this level. Historically, were he to win the US Open next year, he would then be the oldest male Grand Slam champion of the Open era. The record is currently held by Ken Rosewall, who was 37 years and 2 months old when he won the Australian Open of 1972. And it wasn't such a physical sport then. So you really do wonder, don't you, how he can continue, how much longer he can continue to play at this level over 5 sets against players of the calibre and relative youth of Daniil Medvedev.
Yeah, it's made me question it after witnessing what we witnessed in that second set, despite the fact that he won it. But it tells me that at 36 his body isn't able to recover as quickly, and it's sort of it's depleting it earlier in the match. I mean, that was I don't know whether it was emotion or whatever it was. Gosh, Medvedev isn't even waiting for the crowd to settle.
15
extraordinary.
Yeah,
in a hurry.
The sides of the courts are just jumbled all over the place. Behind the courts, the players, it's okay. So I think they're just playing on.
Djokovic has put a service return into the net, so this is 15-love Medvedev as he tries to level this third set at 3 games all.
I don't think the crowd knows what they just saw in that second set.
No.
Big serve this time by Medvedev. He's got a short return from Djokovic, but Djokovic anticipating brilliantly, latched onto the forehand cross-court, dragged it wide. Djokovic did say after his semi-final win over Ben Shelton that he would perhaps retire when, to use his words, I'm getting my ass kicked by the younger guys in the early rounds of the Grand Slams. Well, we're light years away from that, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, he's given himself a lot of stress now, hasn't he? Because even against Ben Shelton, Russell, he was 2 sets to love up and a break, wasn't he? And then started to stress. And we're starting to see little signs of that once again here.
But a fabulous forehand return onto the baseline, because that was no mean serve by Medvedev, and it's forced the error from Medvedev, so this is 30-15. Medvedev puts a first serve into the net. He said he went into a little bit of a black hole for a few games in that third set against Ben Shelton.
And
that's
a double
fault from
brings
Medvedev.
it back to 30 all.
Not a clever moment to do that.
30 all is not where Medvedev wants to be at this juncture.
Yes, and Djokovic, as soon as that ball was a double fault, he kind of went into double speed to get across to the other side.
A little more energy, right?
Yeah. It's like he senses this is another moment to try and get the break back.
And Medvedev isn't even looking to his coaching boxes. They're still in a feud.
Second serve Medvedev, forehand return Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with a forehand, Djokovic cross-court with a forehand. Medvedev muscles this one down the line on the forehand. The backhand from Medvedev, slice backhand Djokovic. Backhand from Medvedev. Djokovic knifing that backhand slice. Another backhand slice, all aimed at the Medvedev backhand. Medvedev is returning to the Djokovic backhand. A flatter backhand from Medvedev, and down the line goes Djokovic and onto the line.
Wow.
It's in.
And he's got himself another break point.
How in the world did he pull that off?
It's also, Jeff,
40.
the ability to go from a slice backhand, which he hit quite a few in a row, and then to change it up and go to the the straightforward topspin, which is never easy.
And change direction and go down the line and hit the line.
For the third consecutive break of serve to give Djokovic the break advantage in the third set once again. Medvedev nets. Second serve, he's break point down. Backhand from Medvedev into the net. Djokovic has broken again. He leads by 4 games to 2 in the third set, and Medvedev was walking towards the players' box there.
I think he's telling them all to leave.
The conversation continues.
I think he's telling his entire box to leave the stadium.
Well, if he did, they are ignoring his advice and they are just clapping him and trying to encourage him. But that was a poor game from Medvedev, clearly still reeling mentally from what Novak Djokovic did to him in the second set. 4-2. It's getting very close now, this piece of history for Novak Djokovic, trying to equal Margaret Court's record for the most Grand Slam singles title won in history. Serving and volleying, as he has done so spectacularly all afternoon, evening, early morning in the UK, and again the angle backhand volley is a peach.
Well, that was godlike, wasn't it?
That was I don't know what you call it, a peach orchard. That was an orchard of a peach. He was way outside in the tram line and cut that a foot from the net.
I'm not sure how he even hit it.
15 love.
That was certainly otherworldly, that volley he's just hit.
34 for 38 at the net today.
Second serve Djokovic, backhand from Medvedev, forehand Djokovic, pushed onto the backhand of Medvedev. Djokovic, the master strategist, aims this to the forehand of Medvedev, or rather Medvedev opted to return on the forehand. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Medvedev. Medvedev landing short and Djokovic hitting the winner, and Medvedev did not run after that at all. Well, he looks very resigned to his fate right now, Daniil Medvedev.
Yeah, they're both sat up right in the middle of the court, Russell, and Djokovic doesn't have time to play around physically. You never know when that physicality is going to run out. And like I said, he's got to sprint through this set, and he realizes that 30 love is there, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah. Well, Medvedev having a right old tiff with his support camp right now.
His wife's redoing her hair.
Serving and volleying again. The serve placement is immaculate. The forehand from Djokovic, and now the smash. Now this strong point, but he had plenty of time and he's not in the mood to miss now. Djokovic entering lockdown mode, and these are 3 points for a 5-2 lead. And you're thinking, Djokovic is thinking, he's got his man now.
Yeah, he's looking like a totally different person down the other end. And Medvedev is constantly now just looking back at the box like it's their fault every time he loses a point, and I think he's battling.
He's tired.
Yeah,
mentally tired. He was the wall for so long, no emotion, and that's I'm pretty sure what the other top players are kind of saying these days is you've got to let it go. You've got to vent every once in a while.
3 game points for Djokovic. Forehand return from Medvedev. Djokovic cross court with the forehand. Medvedev cross court with the forehand. Djokovic's forehand. Medvedev cross court with the backhand. Both men landing the ball just inside the sideline. Now a slice backhand rally begins until Medvedev goes long as he goes down the line with the backhand, and Djokovic has held to love. What a delight to be able to hold to love at this stage of a Grand Slam final. His 36th in total. And as he sits down now, he'll probably feel about 10 years younger, because he leads Daniil Medvedev by 2 sets to love and by 5 games to 2. And he's knocking very, very hard on the door of history once again now, Annabelle Croft.
Oh, he really is. And his walk is completely different to what we saw for the majority of that second set. He is marching round. He's got energy back in the legs. Suddenly, he's sitting down at the change of ends with bent legs rather than those straight legs that we saw where he was using his tennis racket as a walking stick. And, you know, he's literally, he has got sort of, 9 fingers on the trophy, would you say? And I feel like he's broken the spirit of Medvedev as well. And I think the tactics and the level and the quality of this match has been absolutely breathtaking. I mean, everybody who's been sitting here with a ticket has been completely treated, haven't they? To what
yeah, the value is high as far as not the length of the match, not the amount of sets, but the points, the shot making, the ability of both players to come back after 30 shot rallies. You know, you talk about the average club player, and they'll go out and they'll have a 10-ball rally, and they'll both just be like, woo, that was something. And these guys are normally having over 20-ball rallies, and it just shows when you're at the elite top of the game what these players can do and how hard they can push themselves. But also you have to look back on how hard they've had to train and how many years it's taken them to get to that level of fitness.
Yeah.
Because when we were turning pro, if you were 17 or 18, you know, you were old. And now everybody's going to college because you can't be physically strong enough until you're 23, 24 years old to get to this point.
Yes.
Daniil Medvedev is serving to stay in the US Open final. He trails Novak Djokovic by 2-0 and by 2-5. It's a forehand cross-court from Djokovic onto the forehand cross-court of Medvedev, and a scintillating forehand down the line by Djokovic. Medvedev does brilliantly to get this back in play. The bounce smash from Djokovic. Medvedev down the line. A drop shot from Djokovic. Medvedev nets.
That's the first one he hasn't gotten to, Russell. I mean, Novak's not going to stop doing it, apparently.
No, and he's starting to play sort of magical tennis now, Novak Djokovic, isn't he? Everything that he's touching is just working and flowing off the strings. I mean, the pick-up volleys, the drop shot now. I mean, it's just stunning to witness.
3 hours and 6 minutes they've played. In fact, 3 hours and 9 minutes. I've got my 6 topsy-turvy. And this could be a straight sets victory for Novak Djokovic. It's looking very likely to be a straight sets victory, a 4th US Open title and a 24th Grand Slam title overall. Daniil Medvedev did come back from 2 sets and a breakdown to take Rafael Nadal to 5 in the US Open final 4 years ago, but he just looks like he's gone as he puts a backhand into the net.
Love 30.
And Novak's arms look looser than they've looked the whole match. His legs aren't moving that well, but his arms are so loose.
Good serve down the middle from Medvedev, and Djokovic can't make the backhand return here.
See Stefan, isn't it?
15-30.
Just looking so excited in the box there and sort of almost getting ready to celebrate for his dad.
15-30, Medvedev serves. A lot of power behind that serve. His forehand down the line. Djokovic brilliant in defensive mode here. Medvedev cross-court with the backhand. Djokovic down the line with the backhand. Medvedev cross-court with a forehand. Djokovic on the run with a forehand. Medvedev down the line with a forehand. Slice backhand, Djokovic. Medvedev waits for it. Hits the backhand to the forehand of Djokovic. Real power on the forehand from Djokovic. Now he's got the short ball. Hits the sideline. Medvedev gets another one back, and Djokovic nets, and he's on the floor again. This time he slipped face first on the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Not in celebration yet, but he's very, very close still. Still 2 points away, but Medvedev is keeping him out there.
Oh, what another just absolutely blistering rally from both of them, but Djokovic ahead in the rally, and I'm pretty sure he thinks he's made this.
I think he went to the ground, Russell, because he couldn't bend his knees and he wanted to get low enough for the volley.
30-all, the drop shot from Medvedev. Reached by Djokovic, who goes cross-court, but Medvedev's arms are even longer than Djokovic's. He's 6'6" tall, and he's connected with a forehand down the line, and it's game point. And the crowd here, 23,771 is the capacity, and I think they've hit that number tonight, are hoping for overtime. They would still love to see more tennis in this match that we will long remember. Medvedev has given them their wish, at least partly. He served an ace. He's recovered from 15-30 down, and he's kept the final alive. But Novak Djokovic now will serve for the title yet again.
Rushing through that game, wasn't he? He was not in the mood to hang around. I mean, he wasn't even waiting for the crowd to slow down or quieten. He was just getting on with it. And he had to play at such a high level to get out on top in that game. But it's, I don't know, he's got a different mood about him now, Medvedev. Back up against the wall. I think he's just going to throw everything at it. It's put a bit more pressure on Djokovic's next service game, hasn't it?
Where the rubber meets the road, baby.
Serving for the title, Once again, Novak Djokovic serving and volleying, and this time he's passed by Medvedev, who latched onto that forehand cross-court and found a winner that will give him some hope.
That's the first time he's been able to win the point off that out-wide serve. He covered it, he took it early.
Yeah. His wife can hardly watch Daniil Medvedev. She's got her head down in her hands.
Love 15. Big serve by Djokovic. He's got a short ball. In fact, he takes it on the dry volley. Medvedev's forehand. Djokovic's very sharp volley.
Wow, that was a great angle volley off a middle court ball that Medvedev took the full swing at.
15 all.
Gosh, that was not easy, was it? He played that point beautifully. And again, it was his movement and his body weight and everything moving forward, and he stayed composed while he hit that volley. Because that would have been easy to miss that one, considering the scoreline as well and the pressure riding on that.
15 all. Djokovic serves into the net. Jeff Tarango and Annabelle Croft are here. 5 Live, BBC Sounds. 7:30 in New York, midnight in the UK. Novak Djokovic 3 points away from history. A 24th Grand Slam singles title as he serves now in the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Roof closed, nearly 24,000 people in attendance. Djokovic's backhand, push to the backhand of Medvedev. Cross court goes Medvedev. Some slice on the backhand from Djokovic. Djokovic's backhand to the Medvedev backhand. Djokovic will hit the forehand to the Medvedev forehand, and Medvedev goes for it and misses it.
Well, that's the unforced error Novak was looking for. He needed a free point in this game. The out-wide serve didn't work in the first point. And so I don't think he can go to that well much longer. I mean, he's probably at the next 2 deuce points, he can only serve and volley once. So he's going to have to play 2 to 3 more long points to win this match. And can he do it physically, Russell? Annabelle, do you think he can do it?
I think so.
Okay.
30-15. Djokovic with this mightily impressive serve of his. Not about power, but about placement and disguise. He's missed his first serve here, but he would back himself in this situation because he's been down this road many, many times before. Second serve as he tries to set up championship point. And he double faults.
Jeepers. He doesn't put any kick on it whatsoever. He keeps trying to slice it to Medvedev's forehand. He's not going to get a free point by that. He's not going to surprise Medvedev. The guy's 20 feet behind the baseline. He's going to track it down, so there's no reason to go for that risky of a shot. And now he's facing probably, I mean, I've got to say it, the biggest point of his life.
30 all. After the double fault, but still 2 points away from the title, Djokovic. Serves onto the backhand of Medvedev. Djokovic's backhand down the line, very close to the sideline, but in. Now Djokovic with the forehand to the Medvedev backhand. Djokovic cross-court with the backhand. Medvedev down the line with the backhand. Djokovic cross-court with the forehand. Medvedev cross-court with the forehand to the Djokovic forehand, which is deep but in. A bit of air on this backhand from Medvedev, who's now hitting a backhand to the Djokovic backhand. Medvedev's backhand. Djokovic with the forehand, trying to set up championship point. Backhand with slice from Djokovic. Medvedev cross-court with the backhand. Djokovic just gets racket underneath the ball. Medvedev goes long with a backhand down the line. The story of the match, that the 36-year-old has won so many of these longer rallies against the 27-year-old. It's only the third set, but they've been playing for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and 3 hours and 15 minutes in, Novak Djokovic has championship point. For a 24th Grand Slam singles title.
Please, thank you.
Djokovic just takes a little step back, bounces the ball 4 or 5 times, waits for our umpire Greg Allensworth to try and quieten the crowd down. He wants to make sure that this moment of history is not squandered. Championship point, Novak Djokovic. Djokovic serves and just misses that serve down the tee. Championship point. Djokovic serves to the forehand of Medvedev. Djokovic with the forehand. Medvedev's backhand. Djokovic hits the forehand. Medvedev slaps the forehand into the net. And no one now in history has more Grand Slam singles titles than Novak Djokovic. He has equalled Margaret Court's record of 24, and he's done so at the age of 36. Having won a second set that lasted 104 minutes, he simply knocked the stuffing out of Daniil Medvedev. It is a career-defining victory for the great Novak Djokovic. US Open champion for a 4th time, Grand Slam champion for a 24th time, and we've seen him on the Arthur Ashe Stadium many times over the years, and we've seen him fall and stumble his way through this match at times. Now, as he kneels down on this famous court, it is pure emotion, sobbing. There's no grass to pop into his mouth, there might be at Wimbledon, but this is a truly special sporting moment. A man who has every right perhaps to be considered the greatest athlete of all time, the greatest sportsman of all time, and certainly in the history of tennis. He breaks his tie with Serena Williams. The Open era record stood at 23 Grand Slam singles titles as he hugs his daughter Tara. It now stands at 24, the same mark as Margaret Court. And if he can take the legs of a man 9 years his junior in a Grand Slam final at 36, we have a strong feeling that Novak Djokovic is not done yet. Djokovic walking up now to speak to other members of his team and family, having completed victory in 3 hours and 16 minutes. It's the walk we saw Coco Gauff do yesterday, and there are just some random members of the public that are getting a chance to high-five the champion. What a moment for them, and I just hope for their sake that somebody nearby has taken a photograph that they can treasure for years to come. It's a weary walk up the steps for Djokovic, but we will forgive him that. The security guards making his passage as easy as possible. What a champion. A quite extraordinary achievement at the age of 36. He's just become the oldest US Open champion in the men's game in the Open era. And now he finds the energy to scream and shout and let out his emotion as he's hugged by his father, Serjan. His mother, Diana, is there too. And now his son, Stefan, and his wife, Yelena. It's a very special family moment for Novak Djokovic, just as it was for Coco Gauff with her parents inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium yesterday. We've seen a 19-year-old win the title, and we've seen a 36-year-old win another Grand Slam title just 24 hours later. And there's the hug and the embrace for the coaching team. Goran Ivanisevic has masterminded another Novak Djokovic Grand Slam triumph. And Djokovic is sitting down now. I think he's going to stay there with his family in the players' box and perhaps watch the presentation from there. Except if he does that, he's not going to get his hands on that US Open trophy once again. It's another one of those very emotional nights, is it not, Annabelle? You and I was feeling the same last night watching Coco Gauff win for very, very different reasons, because that feels the start of an exceptional career. Novak Djokovic is clearly towards the end of the greatest career anybody has ever put together. But to see him win the match in the way he did against Daniil Medvedev, who is so fit, 27 years of age, gets so many balls back in play, but he beat him without dropping a set.
I mean, he's superhuman, isn't he? I mean, we witnessed something incredibly special here tonight. You know, this moment of history where he's now equalled and tied Margaret Court. It's taken him a time to get there, but he's done it, and he had to put himself through the pain barrier in that second set to be able to do it. And I don't think Medvedev could have played any better, to be honest with you, in that second set. And I just admire the strength of character that he has when he was not feeling great physically and he was up against it, but to find the layers that he found in his game and the exquisite volleying and the slice backhand, you know, everything that we talked about in terms of the tactics that he had to employ, but the way that he executed those tactics, it was perfection. And to then steamroll, okay, he dropped serve and he'd already got the break, but he got it right back on top. but you have to admire his character and the way that he works his way through matches, finds the difficult moments and navigates his way through those as well. It was a spectacular contest. Even though it was 3 sets, I still think this was a very, very special victory.
You know, Annabelle, Russell, David, I mean, we've seen something here that nobody will ever see again. This is just an incredible moment. And, you know, now that Novak's putting on Kobe Bryant's shirt, the Mamba forever. And he's taken so much inspiration from Kobe Bryant. He's turning around and showing the crowd the number 24, which is Kobe Bryant's Laker jersey number. And he takes so much inspiration, took so much tutelage from Kobe Bryant over the years. But we've just seen so much resilience, and how he dug so deep in that second set, we'll never, ever know. I don't think any other human could have done what he did in this second set and be able to just stumble through it, fall down numerous times, and come back again and again and again. Here's a kid that grew up in playing tennis in a empty swimming pool. Okay, and here he is, the greatest tennis player of all time. And you just have to just try to psychoanalyze all you want. But the fact of the matter is he's put all the pieces of the puzzle together. He's had ups and downs, but he just can't get any better. He really can't.
David Law, greatest of all time, debate over.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, how can you argue with those numbers? 2 more now than Nadal, 4 more now than Roger Federer, and he's not done yet. He's got the same number as Margaret Court, and let's be honest, that was registered at a time when tennis was a very different sport. A lot of those were winning the Australian Open when there wasn't a huge amount of competition. What Novak Djokovic has done, I think particularly because he's had to come after Federer and Nadal, play against them when they've been at their best, hunt them down despite being considerably less popular with a lot of the crowds, take on crowds. Here, I've never seen anything like what I saw in 2015 here when he beat Roger Federer and 24,000 people who all wanted the other guy to win, and he still won. And that's what he said at Wimbledon, wasn't it? You know, it's happened before, it'll happen again, I'll just keep winning. And he was feeling it physically in that second set, and he finds a way.
We are seeing the moment of victory from Novak Djokovic's 24 Grand Slam singles title on the big screen as the stage is hastily erected. The presentation ceremony will be beginning very, very shortly. You're with 5 Live, BBC Sounds. The last few minutes of our coverage from the US Open and the Arthur Ashe Stadium, where if you've just switched on, expecting Dotun Adebayo, well, he will be here as planned in 15 minutes. Novak Djokovic has just won a 4th US Open title and a 24th Grand Slam singles title to make history. No one has won that many in the Open era. And he'll go to Melbourne and the Australian Open, where he's won the title 10 times before in January, trying to win a 25th, which would be more than any other player in history. Time for the presentation ceremony.
It's Men's Singles Championship Trophy presentation. Tournament Director Stacey Allister. USTA Chairman of the Board and President Brian Hainline. Representing Chase for Business, Ben Walter. 2003 US Open Men's Singles Champion Andy Roddick. And our host from ESPN, Chris McKendry.
Well, what an incredible championship weekend of tennis. If we can hear it for our contestants and our players, our finalists, and our champion one more time. Now please welcome the future of American tennis, 12-year-old Oliver Zanaya from the Miller Tennis Center and 10-year-old Juliana Yurtzel from the John McEnroe Tennis Academy.
They're putting the trophies on the table.
To begin our trophy ceremony, we'd like to recognize our chair umpire for today's championship match, Greg Allensworth. Please come forward. And it is my pleasure to introduce the chair of the board, the president of the USTA, Brian Hainline.
Thank you. Daniil, New York really does love you. We love your supreme athleticism, we love your humaneness, and we love your wit. Thanks for a great championship. And Novak, welcome back to New York.
A reminder that Novak Djokovic missed last year's event because he wouldn't take the COVID vaccine.
We really missed you. Happy to have you here to congratulate you on your 24th Grand Slam championship and 4th U.S. Open title. This has been a record-setting 2023 U.S. Open. I want to thank, in particular, the USTA staff for orchestrating such an incredible event, and to thank you, the fans, because you make this stadium rock, and you make the U.S. Open one of the greatest sporting events in the world. Let's continue to tennis, because we now know that tennis is not only the healthiest sport on this planet, it increases longevity more than any other form of exercise. So here's to tennis, and here's to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Now let's hear from our finalist. He leads all players over the last 5 years on the hard courts in titles, finals, and wins. It's his 3rd U.S. Open final in the last 5 years, Daniil Medvedev. I just read your numbers, including a title. Something about New York brings out the best in you. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to ask Novak, what are you still doing here? Come on. I mean, no, jokes apart, I mean, what is it, our 3rd final? Maybe not the last, who hope so, I mean, because you're probably going to be in many more. I don't know when are you planning to slow down a little bit, but congrats to you and your team. I mean, 24. I feel like I have not a bad career and I have 20 titles. You have 24 Grand Slams. Wow. And so, yeah, congrats to you and your team. You guys are amazing. Then on the second note, I was here 2 years ago when I won. And I was like, what a great anniversary gift for my wife and stuff like this, and pretty shit one today. Yeah, it's funny because dates usually change, but today, Sunday again, is the anniversary.
Sorry.
So I thought, like, come on, do it one more time. But yeah, didn't happen.
Your box is always with you. Your wife's fantastic. First person to ever said you're going to be top 10. So a word for your box.
Yeah, I want to thank Gilles, Eric, Gaetan, first of all, for being already, I don't know, many years with me, 8 years. So hopefully, guys, we can do one more time this step, or maybe more than one more time. Oliver, Loic, Arena, David, I see there, who came down a little bit. And everybody who, my family and everyone who supports, some of them are not here in New York, but everyone who supports me through this sometimes tough, sometimes easy, sometimes happy, sometimes sad journey. Thanks a lot, guys.
And Daniil, finally a word for the two of you. You expected this. As you've told me, when you beat Novak, he comes back a better Novak. What does this matchup, what does it come to mean to you in your career?
I don't know, because from one side I can say, and that's really, I find this amazing, that I beat Novak in the Grand Slam final. So that's probably at this moment the pinnacle of my career. And at the same time, maybe if he and Rafa didn't exist, well, that's not possible. I played 5 finals against him and I only managed to win 1. So I don't know if it's good or bad, but you know, he pushes me to be better. And I said this one time in Australia, but I'm going to say it again because it's a different city, new people. First we met when I was probably 500 in the world, and he was super kind to me, you know, nothing special, but he treated me as a normal person, where I was surprised. I was like, wow, that's amazing, you know. And he still does, nothing changed. 24, 30, 12 Grand Slams, nothing changes, and I think that's something great about a person, you can say.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the tennis.
And last thing, guys, thank you very much. I said it, I think, what was it, 1.5 years ago, I said last but not least, thanks again to my team. This time, last but not least, thank you guys, because you're amazing. I mean, this stadium is special. I said it. I mean, I came here 1 week before the tournament, and I was like, wow, I want to play good here. I want to play good. I want to feel the energy of these people, of this crowd, and I managed to do it. You know, I played good. I wanted to do better, but you guys are pushing me all the time. So I really hope that one more time in front of you, I can hold this trophy again. Thank you.
Congratulations, you were great, Daniil, just great. On behalf of the USTA, Brian, if you would present Daniil Medvedev with the finalist trophy.
Runner-up in New York for the second time, Daniil Medvedev. He's lost to the greats in Rafael Nadal and tonight in Novak Djokovic, but he is a champion, having beaten Djokovic here
now,
2 years ago.
Let them hear it, your champion, Novak Djokovic.
Now wearing a white T-shirt with the number 24 on it.
Novak, 50 years ago at the U.S. Open, Margaret Court won number 24. Total different era. You've come through the golden era. You have 24. What does it mean?
Well, I don't know where to start. It obviously means the world to me. You know, I'm kind of repeating myself, but I have to say it every time that I'm really living my childhood dream, you know, to compete at the highest level in the sport that has given me and my family so much, you know, coming from very difficult circumstances and adversities during 90s, couple of wars in our country, and being able to push that through, especially for my parents, giving a lot of sacrifice to support me, to play. I love you, thank you so much. To support me to play the sport that is very expensive sport. At that time, very expensive, not accessible, not affordable. But you know, I fell in love with the tennis. No one has played tennis in my family before, so it was quite a choice, I must say. But incredible resilience. Just belief from my parents, from all the people around me, all these years, you know, my wife, my kids, my team, everyone that is there. This is your trophy as much as it's mine. This is your success. I love you. And to make the history, you know, of this sport is just something truly remarkable and special. Obviously, in every possible way, in every possible meaning of the word special. Yeah, it's hard to describe with the words. You know, I had a childhood dream when I was 7, 8. I wanted to become the best player in the world and win Wimbledon trophy. That was the only thing I wanted. But then when I realized that, obviously I started to dream new dreams and set new objectives, new goals. I never imagined that I would be here, standing with you, talking about 24 slams. I never thought that would be the reality. But the last couple of years, I felt I have a chance. I have a shot at the history, and why not grab it if it's presented?
Why not? Well done.
I just want to. Enough talking about myself, because Daniil said too many nice words, and sorry I didn't start congratulating you. I want to congratulate you for a fantastic tournament. I'm sorry about the result today, and please don't get this in the wrong way. Happy anniversary to your wife. I'm sorry. It really comes from a good place, honestly. It's not. If I knew that the anniversary is today, maybe the result. Jokes aside, Daniil has been incredibly nice and kind to me, to my team, his coach, everyone. I think since you were, a junior, 14, 15, you started training with your coach, and it's nice to see the evolution of your relationship, professional relationship, what you have achieved, what you have done, and I know that there is a lot more for you to achieve in the future years. So good luck with that for sure. You will win more slams, no doubt. And, I just want to say that you, sir, mentioned what you love about Daniil, and I agree with you. I think he has definitely the most authentic personality out there, and never change, please, with your celebrations, with your, comments. I love it. Definitely the best. What else? What else should I say?
Mamba mentality.
Mamba, yeah. This one, right?
Revealing that T-shirt, that tribute to Kobe Bryant, which is underneath his white tracksuit, I should have said, with the number 24 on, which incidentally his family and friends are wearing in the players' box as well.
The Mamba mentality and the Novak will to win. Where does it come from? How do you do it?
I thought of doing this T-shirt, eventually, if I get a chance to win the tournament. It was about 7 days ago. I didn't share it with anyone up to a few days ago when I asked my people to help me out to make these shirts. Kobe was close friend. We chatted a lot about the winner's mentality when I was struggling, with the injury and trying to make my comeback, work my way back to the top of the game. He was one of the people that I rely on the most. He was always there for any kind of counsel, advice, any kind of support in a most friendly way. So of course, what happened a few years ago and him and his daughter passing hurt me deeply, and I thought, 24 is the jersey that he wore when he became a legend of Lakers and world basketball. So I thought, it could be a nice symbolic thing to acknowledge him for all the things he's done.
Thank you, Novak, and congratulations. And as we celebrate 50 years of equal prize money at the U.S. Open, Novak Djokovic, you also win $3 million. To present the check, Ben Walter, CEO of Chase for Business. And now, a tip of the hat to your longevity. At age 36, the oldest man to win this title, we have someone who you played against to present the trophy, and he's been retired for a decade. In honor of Andy Roddick's 20 years ago winning this crown, Andy Roddick, present the trophy.
The 2003 champion hands the trophy over to the 2023 champion.
Novak Djokovic.
And he finds the energy to hold that trophy aloft, both arms stretched towards the Arthur Ashe Stadium roof. Now brings it down, gives it a kiss, does Novak Djokovic. The blue, red and silver ticker tape explodes, and Djokovic savours a 24th Grand Slam singles title. And for the 4th time in his career, Annabelle, he's won 3 Grand Slams in the same year. He's done it at the age of 24, 28, 34 and 36. And you think he might be able to do it at the age of 37 as well?
Well, he's certainly sort of laying down the marker for what's possible, isn't he, in his career? And I don't think he's got any intention of stopping anytime soon. I mean, why would he, if he's achieved what he's achieved in this year? I mean, it was almost a perfect season, wasn't it? You know, to have won 3 of them and then got to the final of the 4th one at Wimbledon, where he just didn't quite get that match, but it was still a 5-set thriller. And I feel like today was quite interesting the way the crowd responded to him. It felt like there was just that little bit more love coming towards him, and a bit more appreciation and a bit more sort of understanding of him. And you know, I really do hope that at some point he really gets it. And I think it's going to take, as we've always said, for Federer to be out of the way, which he is. Nadal, well, we're not quite sure when he's coming back, but I think he's slowly getting there. But yeah, why not? Why would he not continue while, you know, he's still achieving what he's achieving? Only, as he said, when he starts to lose to some of the young guns coming through early rounds of Grand Slams, will he start to think, maybe my time has passed. But he might go on and win a couple more next year.
Do you think he's got years left in him still, Jeff?
Well, let's put it this way. I think he has for sure 2 more Wimbledons in him. For sure.
Really?
I think he should win one of those 2.
Even with Alcaraz, the way he's...
Yeah, I think that was kind of a hiccup for Novak. I think he's learned from that loss. I don't think he'll lose to him again on grass. And I really believe that he's got to put his name in the hat in Australia. He's won it 10 times. He obviously knows the book down there. Depends on his draw, depends on the heat. Can he do this kind of a performance again physically? I don't know. That's really, to me, the challenge. The tennis is in him, you know, but I don't want to see him walking through the locker room on a cane either. I got a little scared tonight about his performance. I was a little bit worried about him, and I want to see good things happen to this man, because he's an example to a lot of people, and I wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, deciding how long he wants to go on is going to be an interesting process for Novak Djokovic. He said the other day, until I start losing to these guys in earlier rounds, I'll carry on playing. I do think 2024 is a fascinating, mouth-watering prospect, because Carlos Alcaraz is coming and Novak Djokovic is hanging on to his era. Those 2 are going to collide again big time next year.
He is once again, though, Novak Djokovic, the player of the Grand Slam year, with 3 titles won and a very close second on centre court in the Wimbledon final in July. 957,387 people have watched tennis in New York over the last 3 weeks, including the qualifying week. Nearly 800,000 for the main draw alone. Coco Gauff a champion at 19, and Novak Djokovic a champion for the 24th time in a Grand Slam at the age of 36. Don Adebayo's here to take you through the night on 5 Live.